I'm here.
Oh, also helps if I open up Roll20. That would be useful.
Generally, yes.
Have we had any major epiphanies about how the system works or anything since last week? Has there been any sort of new things that we gotta learn, or?
Not that's jumping out at me. It'll. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot to read to figure out.
Could we, before we actually start, just quickly go through dice collection?
Well, we have gone live, so.
Oh, damn.
there is a pin though on dice collection in the Discord.
Nice.
So that's how you'll be able to sweep through it a lot faster than having the page to that particular part of the book. The only weird rules are in like warfare and season stuff, but that's not something you'll be doing right now. That won't be till the season ends or you actually get into a war.
All right.
But yes, hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we are playing some Blood and Honor, the story of the Steel Beneath Frost. Hello author, thank you for subscribing for 29 months, currently on a 17th month streak. Mom, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I'm hungry. I need to pee. I'm tired. Well, you can just go. It's okay. I won't hold it against you, author. It's fine. So, yeah. But yes, this is Blood and Honor, Steel Beneath Frost, and we're in our first episode, and as you may have overheard, this is our first real episode, and this is our second time playing this, so we are very new. So we're figuring it out as we go along, but hopefully there won't be too much tripping over ourselves. And actually, before I give the opening to the episode, with Ryosuke Takahashi, or Takahashi Ryosuke, bleh. Would you like to read your poem that you did last episode?
If I didn't have a mouthful of popcorn, I probably would. Save it for the end.
Very good. Esteemed guests, gathered friends from near and far, lend me your ears and prepare your hearts. For what lies ahead is the tale of a clan upon the cusp of greatness. New season dawns, and with it, the winds of change blow through the lands of Dewa. The snows have begun to melt, and soon the three wisdoms will be called upon to shape the future of their clan. But beware. This tale is not just one of strength and valor. It is also one of cunning, secrets, and strange happening. For what is a samurai's blade without the wit to wield it wisely? Ah yes, spring is here. The flowers will bloom, the fish will leap, and the bandits in the mountains will... well, they'll probably leap too, but into trouble, I assure you. Who better to take care of that than Masaru, the devious younger brother, whose sword strikes as swiftly as his plans are laid? Oh, but the mountains hold many dangers beyond mere bandits. Perhaps he'll need more than a blade to mend the broken roads and bring his master's dreams to life. Meanwhile, whispers grow louder. The waves brought a shipwreck, and with it, survivors from distant shores, foreign tongues, foreign ways, and foreign troubles, no doubt. Who else but Yeiko, the many-layered one, could unravel the mysteries of these strangers, while also peering into the unrest stirring in the hearts of the southern lands? But be careful, dear Yeiko, for every layer you peel back may reveal another truth. Perhaps a lie. And let us not forget Ryosuke, the one who I can't say his name, the warrior poet, as he prepares for a grand match with none other than a sumo wrestler famed throughout Honshu. What poetry will he compose between the strength of bodies and the meeting of minds at the sacred temple? But his task does not end with a sumo bout. Oh no, he must venture north, where strange sightings have been reported. wit stirs in the shadows, and will our poet warrior's wisdom be enough to pierce the unknown? Lastly, our great daimyo, Kenzo Shimo, will keep his eyes on all, playing host to the imperial census taker, who must not be ignored, mind you, and all the while scheming for his clan's prosperity. The bounty of fish must be traded, the roads must be mended, and the mysteries must be solved. But what lies at the end of these paths? Honor? Glory? Or something more treacherous? My dear guests, this is but the beginning of the tale. The threads of fate are woven tighter with each passing moment. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will be remembered as the steel beneath the frost? Let us find out together, shall we? The story of the three wisdoms in the spring of the 11th year of the Iroquois era begins now. And away we go. As the daimyo Kenzo Shimo stands in the veranda of the castle of jade and iron, he looks out over the snow-melted fields, now stirring with the first signs of spring. The air is still crisp. The harshness of winter has given way to the promise of action and growth. His three most trusted samurai, Masaru, Geiko, and Ryosuke, kneel before him, waiting in silence, their hands resting upon their laps, swords resting upon the floor, ready for his command. The castle is quiet, save for the distant sounds of servants preparing for coming tasks. Shimo clears his throat as he turns. So, Kenzo Shimo is a man who is slightly older than Masaru. He does have a well-tended-to beard, his hair pulled back into a warrior's top knot. But he looks very much a northern samurai in the sense that he doesn't look like he just walked out of Kyoto all powdered and particularly set up. He is well-to-do, but he is a man of Dewa, like any other. My three loyal samurai. The winds of spring bring with them opportunities and challenges alike. Our clan stands on the brink of greatness. He gestures out to the veranda. Yet the path ahead is fraught with dangers, both seen and unseen. Each of you, my three wisdoms, shall have your tasks, for together we will ensure the Kenzo name is carved into the stones of history gloriously. He walks over and kneels in front of Masaru, kind of breaking with the much more formality of sitting on his nice little cushion away from people. Various other samurai are in the room and courtiers. Shimo is, again, he's new to becoming empowered. He used to be a samurai in a small manor, not the master of the castle. Some people in Kyoto might consider him a bit of an upstart when it comes to such things. But, who here's gonna yell at him, since you're a very casual clan?
So far.
So far. Masaru, you are my sword in the shadows and my shield in the light. He baps you on the shoulder. The mountains shelter more than snow. The bandits who plague us must be dealt with. I do not care if they bend the knee or fall to the blade, but they will no longer disturb the peace of Dewa. Use the spies we have embedded to their fullest, and take your time. A rush strike is a dull one. When the mountain roads are clear, see that the roads to Echigo are restored to their former strength. Our ties to the Usigi must not be weakened by neglect or disrepair. I send word. I want to know we can travel there swiftly. Understand me?
Kano.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kano. Basically, yes, Lord.
He nods. He gets up a little, roughly. It's not the elegant rise and fall of a noble. It's a samurai who's very quickly just kind of shimmying over to the next person in line. Yeiko, my cunning shadow. Ship has washed ashore. Foreigners bearing flags, what I believe to be Chinese. They are under our care now, but their arrival is no coincidence. Find out why they came, and more importantly, whether their presence will serve our ends. Use any means necessary. And unrest stirs once more in these. Whispers of discontent are a prelude to danger. Or, he smirks, opportunity. You will investigate these whispers. Should they lead to flame, you will decide whether to stoke or extinguish it. Keep your ears to the ground and your hands clean, possible. But do what must be done. We cannot afford distraction.
Of course, my lord.
He nods, shimmies over to Ryosuke. Ryosuke, my steadfast protector, you will accompany me to the Buddhist temple, where we will welcome our imperial census taker and give him the hospitality he deserves. Much as we've been keeping him busy here in the castle, he's been dying to pay his respects during the winter. I trust you will keep the sumo wrestler entertained as well. Wrestling him in the temple garden should be a show worth remembering. Perhaps if you show him the strength and spirit of the Kenzo, he will stay on Dewa and become an asset to our people. Afterward, I will handle the census taker, as we cannot let the court have anything but the best impression of us. Meanwhile, I'll have you journey north of the temple to investigate those strange happenings reported by the monks. There are things in this world beyond the reach of steel. But if anyone can face them, it is you.
Of course, my lord. I am merely glad that I do not get to challenge the sumo in an eating competition, for I am sure I would lose.
He laughs as he walks back to his cushion. People laugh along, like especially people that you guys know, friends of yours, people who've served with you, they laugh because this is normal. The people who are from further away, who he probably hired from further south, look a little like, should we be making fun of a sumo wrestler? Okay, I guess this is okay. Like, they're not used to this atmosphere at all. As for the great bounty of the sea that has blessed us this winter, none of us can claim this fortune as our own, but together we can make it something that will enrich the clan for generations. I expect each of you to explore every avenue of trade that may strengthen Dewa, whether it be with our neighbors or with the foreign traders from distant lands. Find a way to make the abundance of fish serve our goals. Our people must feel the strength of our leadership in their bellies and in their hearts. The tasks I've given you are not easy, nor are they small. But neither is the path we walk. Each of you is trusted to see these matters through with wisdom and strength that have made you my greatest allies. By the time summer graces us, the name Kenzo will be spoken with respect and fear across Japan. Go now, my three wisdoms. Let us carve our path to glory. Some people clap. Again, some people laugh as they're drinking back a sake. Again, breaking the formality. Very few courts in Japan are this casual. And people start breaking up and going about their separate ways as, you know, everyone's getting in position. Some people are doing stuff that he already assigned them earlier. They're of no import to what you're doing. There's the people who serve you, the spies of Yeiko, the Ashigaru of Kenzu Masaru. Some samurai look to Ryosuke jealously because he is in the envied position of Yojimbo, and a bodyguard kind of floats over to you. And Kenzo Shimo himself kind of lingers about.
I'd look over to Yeiko, actually. Yeiko-sama, might I have a word?
Yes.
Let us adjourn to the to the map room for some tea.
Of course.
Oops.
So,
Map room is badly constructed. No.
I'll serve you some tea and ask you if you want to sit down.
Yes.
I know
will-
that my request is probably very selfish, but I felt like I needed to ask anyhow. You will be going to deal with the ships that have arrived from the west, is that correct?
Yes.
Could I trouble you with a personal request?
What would the request be? Of course, I'll endeavor to be what help I can.
Well, sometimes these ships carry something from their home provinces, and, well, I've never really been outside of here, shall I say. A souvenir, perhaps, if you find something which comes from the west. I would very much like to have it.
If you have an interest in foreign curiosities,
As much as the next person, but perhaps a spark of inspiration will wash over me as I look upon its likeness.
I will do my best to see if there's something appropriate among the hold.
Then, my lady, consider myself indebted to your, to your will. Should there be anything that I can do for you, please do not hesitate.
I will, of course, lean on you should the time comes, as you lean on me when needed.
Not too hard, of course, or else I might tip over. Thank you very much for your time. I fear I must get ready for the trip ahead.
Safe travels.
Likewise, and I shall see you back at the castle soon, I should hope.
Yes.
I'll back up and prepare for the trip.
Masaru needs to actually speak with Diego briefly too.
All right. I will happily meet him for discussion as well.
I bow to Diego as an equal.
She will bow in return.
I need any information your spies embedded among the bandits can provide, or the latest reports, in order to carry out our Lord's instructions. Could you get those together for me, so we can begin planning our strategy against them?
I will pull together the reports that are available to me.
Domo arigato. Is there anything that I can do to assist you?
At this time, I don't believe so, but should that change, I will certainly let you know.
The Masaru will bow his way out. He also needs to figure out who he needs to talk to about road repair. I need to summon the people who know what the hell to do with that, because I'm pretty sure he does not know himself.
I don't know. A wisdom roll, he might know.
Oh, fair enough. All right, let me calculate this dice pool.
Was it appropriate to your giri, your duty?
Yeah, I would say so. General, he has to know how to get troops and supplies and what. And good roads are key to that. Let's see, virtue. Clan virtue will give me +1 because it is wisdom. Let me look at my virtues. Oh wait, they're on. Sorry, I'm still getting used to the sheet.
Yeah. Oh, and as a heads up, in the handouts there is a legend now. So if you're wondering what all those symbols mean, that's
Cool.
Some of them aren't here, like the city one. That's not here. There is a city in Ichigo, but there isn't one here in Dewa. Dewa's a little out of the. It's only. It isn't as developed as the more southern region, and not all areas have bridges across the major bridges across rivers. Like Dewa Province, there is a major bridge here because this crossing is very difficult without it. Whereas crossing here near the rice farm, people find fords because it's just not enough travel to a full bridge, a full massive bridge.
So, okay, I think I've got it figured out except for I'll pitch that my name would apply because it is commander and I'm organizing work detail.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. So it looks like I'm rolling a total of 9 because my aspect of even a thief must learn his trade applies.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
You want
Yeah.
to wager any of that?
Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna wager 4. So hold on.
What you're doing? You're gonna grab them.
Draw 4.
Yeah.
Whoop, not 54. Just
Ah,
okay. Then we'll roll 5.
got your 10.
Yeah, close, but all right. So
I'll note notable NPCs for you real quick that may be of assistance to you. This can be
Okay.
part of your wager or not. You're the one who has privilege right now. But there is... Sorry, I'm constantly cleaning my glasses because they are stain that won't go away. There is... Saito Ichiro is the head of the garrison for the castle. So he's the... If not you, then him, basically. He's the non-samurai version. He's a busho by virtue of the fact that he's a soldier, but he's not a samurai. He wants to be a samurai.
Right.
The other guy of note is Inoue Goro. He is the most wealthy rice farmer, or the most influential rice farmer from the village. So that's from the major rice farm village. There are other villages, like there's one here near the coast that's pretty close to the Ichigo Road.
right.
So, but he's the most notable of all the villages. You can, yeah. It's your privilege. What do you know?
Okay. I know that because the road to Ichigo has been such a vital trade and communications route from our province southwards, that it's been around for a long time, and the people of Dewa have been repairing it and keeping it up for a long time. This work has generally fallen on the peasants, supervised often by garrison engineers. And let me know when I need to start spending wagers.
You're good so far.
Okay. And there is a person in the garrison who is kind of my general of engineers, my head of the engineers, who, kind of takes care of logistics when we're campaigning and all that kind of stuff. Okay, let it go.
Very good.
Okay, got 3 more.
Reminder, you can add to your reputation with at least 2.
Right.
Actually, your glory, sorry.
Right. His name is Call him Yanomoto. Hiraki, Hiraki in transliteration. Chief of Engineers.
H-A-I.
Hiraki. Yanomoto. I was spelling it.
Sorry
But
to the
it doesn't matter.
Discord, 'cause I'm going to keep getting it. Or into the Roll20.
Yeah.
That way I can put his. That way I can give him. I can give him a token. Any NPC that's brought to life, supposed to bring to life. Someone we keep track of. 'Cause I can kill them. I mean, so they can do glorious things for you.
All right.
And he's a Ashigara engineer, or is he like a lesser samurai?
Like a lesser samurai.
Huge.
It's huge.
Ah,
They
The
can
tread
do
of his feet alone keep the road flat and stable.
it. Moto Hiroki. Okay.
Okay, still spinning wagers. He has experience in repairing the road after winter.
Yeah.
He has a. He also has an experienced team of overseers. You know, that helps with all this. And he knows how to gather and organize a work party from the peasantry, or work parties from the peasantry.
Very good. That is what you know. You have learned.
All right. So I will go to find Yanomoto-san.
You find him in one of the courtyards of the castle, doing inventory of parts, and he turns upon seeing you, and he bows to you.
I bow back and to the proper degree.
Kenzo Dono, how can I be of assistance to you?
Hold on, I'm looking up. There it is. Ah, Yanomoto Dono, it is that time of year again. Reports indicate that the road to Ichigo, particularly as it passes through the foothills, is in need of some extensive repairs. I want you to gather your team and the workers you need, and as soon as is practicable with the snow melt, to begin any repairs necessary on the Ichigo Road, with particular attention to the most damaged areas. If possible, these repairs should be completed before rice planting begins, so we don't take the spring fish migrations. At least by then to have the road passable, if not completely repaired. We don't want to have these repairs impact the economic activity of the province, if possible.
I believe that to be possible. I'll pull from the villages in the southern foothills and along the coast, past the bridge. I'll leave the village, the high mountain village, and the major farm village alone. That should be enough to do the job. If it's just in the foothills. If I need more, I can send a runner, but I doubt we'll need more than that to get it done within the time frame you're suggesting, Enzo.
Excellent. I knew that our Lord could count on you, and I always count on you.
Well, somebody should be counting around here.
Huh. True enough. Well, I'll leave you to it then. I expect regular reports.
Oh, you won't be coming with us? Oh, I wanted to see the mighty Masaru, get out there to lift some heavy bricks and smooth out some ground.
Well, if it cools your sweat-slick brow, you may take some comfort in the knowledge that Kenzo Masaru will probably be thigh-deep in snow in the mountains chasing bandits while you are enjoying the sea breezes and watching the greenery come back after the hard winter.
I'll take that bet. He ducks a bow at you, and then begins to prepare for the journey.
Very good.
And
So,
I'll note that your clan doesn't have a ton of horses because you don't have a stable. He himself has a horse because he is of the samurai class, but most of the horses are pack animals and stuff, and even then there's not a ton of them, so it's a lot of putting things on people's backs and maybe a couple pack horses. So it'll take him a bit to get there, but that's kind of what the road's for. It's meant to make travel not terrible. Yep. You're not the
traditional way.
Huh?
So a traditional way of doing things.
Yeah.
Before I completely leave, I'll turn kind of on my heels and go, Yamamoto Dono, would you like an escort of Ashigaru for your work, or do you think it necessary?
I mean, bandits gonna attack a wagon train with me and my men, and a lot of angry, strapping people. Not a great thievery, really. They'd be stealing wood, nails. I mean, worth stuff to me, I suppose, but we're not exactly a treasure train.
Fair enough. And from what I understand, I have heard the bandits appear to be. Where's my thing? Yeah. The bandits appear to be more in the mountains towards the rice farm, the main rice farming village, which makes sense for overwintering in the mountains. And I've heard nothing of trouble brewing from Ichigo, so but take a couple of runners just in case.
I will do so, Kenzo-dono.
And so now I will set about. Tell me. So, okay, as general, I have Ashigaru rank 1, and then the castle has Ashigaru rank 1 because of the garrison. So, I mean, but I'm assuming that 1 doesn't mean I have 1 dude. That's just like their skill level or whatever? Yeah. 1 unit. Okay. So
depending on the narrative, it could be a full group of guys who jump into the way to help you with something, or it's 1 really good Ashigaru who's always at your elbow if you need to grab the rest of the unit. Or dive in front of a bullet, that sort of thing.
Right.
Well, in front of an arrow, not a bullet.
I was just trying to figure out, how that was going to work with the campaign. So I think what I'm going to do is take my personal force, and thereby not draining the castle's garrison, because they are going to kind of work as a quote-unquote rapid response force in case Yamamoto gets into any trouble. But yeah, so I'm going to tell the sergeant of my Ashigaru to get everybody ready. And then before we really get into that, I'm going to wait to see what Yakyo is able to provide in way of intelligence.
Swing over to where Yako is. What are you up
Yeah.
to in the castle of Iron and Jade?
Essentially trying to summarize the recent reports that I've received into a briefing that is shorter than just like a stack of paperwork that was sent to me, so that it's a bit easier for Masaru Dono to read through.
I believe this will fall under cunning. You're kind of figuring out what would be of most use to him.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So, whoops, there we go. I think it does satisfy my giri, given that I'm the spy master and I'm pulling together a spy briefing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it also aligns with my reputation, if that helps.
What's your reputation?
Shrewd.
Yeah.
So it would give none of us is as great as all of us, means I get 3 dice. I forget how much I get from reputation being
The rank of the reputation.
in. Oh, okay, so 1.
Yeah.
And the other one was Giri, so I get 1 from Giri, so that's 5 so far. And then my own attributes, I have 4, so 9. What's the difficulty of the task?
10. It's always 10.
Oh, duh. Yes, sorry.
I know.
Always
Every other system we played has been like, well, it could be this, could be that.
All right.
Yeah. So in that case, for other stuff, can I make a wager that our spies have given us a...
Well, you have to set aside how many you're wagering, and then you roll. If you get it, then you can spend the wagers to what you want.
Right, okay.
But if you
So
if you
then-
whiff, then you don't. The wagers go poof anyway.
I'll wager 4.
Draw 4 yin, if you would.
1 moment.
I can't add stuff to your token. Do it to everyone else. I can get their bubbles to show up, even my own. But your token, for
There
some
we
reason, I
go.
can't. That's
Done.
weird. I don't know why. Oh well, it's not vital. Odd.
He's a witch!
Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, I drew 4. There
you-
is one other thing.
Yeah.
I need to roll. It's a 5. 5d6.
Oh, you definitely could have made it on just 2. You could have had more wagers. Oh well.
Oh well.
Yeah, you have privilege, so you get 1 free thing that you are establishing in this, and then up to 4 things you can add.
Alright, so 1 free thing. We know where the bandits' encampment is.
Where is it? Tell me,
Uh,
because I don't know. You're telling
come
me.
on, mouse. Work, please. There we go. Sorry. Occasionally, Roll20 has this weird graphics glitch where my mouse disappears, even though it still exists, so... Anyway. So where's the road, by the way, that they keep attacking?
There's only one road.
Oh, it's that one. Okay.
Yeah. Everything else is like paths and stuff. Like there is a path that goes from the road to this village or to that village, but the
Yeah.
road means this one, the long one.
The big gray one.
Yeah.
Alright. Their camp, reasonably speaking, would probably be pretty close to the road, so they don't have to, like, traverse a long way to stage their attacks, so I'm going to say it is here.
Hilariously, that's where I was going to put them if you didn't.
Oh.
That's
Well,
funny.
it's a location that makes sense for it, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Second thing I will say is that there is, the spies have been able to tell us that there is a hidden path which goes from the shrine to their camp in a way that would allow you to approach without easy detection.
Ooh. That's a good wager. I'll give you one free wager, by the way. The name of the bandit leader is Kuragane Koji.
Okay. What can my spies tell me about Koji-san?
I'll give this to you as free as well. Kuragane Koji is name meaning black iron and second son of good fortune. It is believed that he wants to maintain control over bandits in the mountains and accumulate enough wealth and power to challenge the local samurai or live comfortably in exile. He was born into a samurai family, but it lost its standing and he turned to banditry in the mountains to try to, if not for the Kenzo clan, then the Kuragane clan would have, through him, might have gotten to power through a bandit king route. But you guys got to power before he could, so he's kind of stuck. He is considered pragmatic, and seems the sort who is willing to negotiate or manipulate his way to success if that's what gets him where he goes. He will not go into open warfare with you just because you guys have 2-1. He's not doing terribly good.
Understood. What would another good wager be? I have 3 more I can use. For fun, I'm gonna say, since he's the second son, as one wager, he's jealous of his older brother.
Okay. I would assume he's jealous of his older brother because his older brother serves with you guys. Like, he has a cushy samurai job with the Kenzo clan. Or he's working for the Yasugi.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that could be part of why he's decided to go the bandit king route and make a name for himself instead of being in his brother's shadow. I'll say also his bandit group has suffered from a hard winter.
Okay.
So some malnutrition and frostbite injuries and stuff. And the final one will be that he is, right now, he really needs a good score. Like, if he doesn't get a good score soon, his people might revolt against him or something.
Very good.
And that will be that.
There are many other details you find amongst the things, but that is the... you're able to pull out the parts that you know would be of use to Masaru.
All right. So, yes, I will summarize those in a scroll and have a runner take it to Masaru.
It is so delivered.
All right.
So with this information, I will send a runner/rider to catch up with Yamamoto on the road, to tell him that we have learned that the presence of bandits near the in the foothills of the road are. Tell him we've learned of the presence of bandits in the foothills of the road, and to slow his journey as much as possible, while not necessarily appearing to. Like, I'll leave it up to him exactly how to work that, while I take certain measures.
I'll make this a beauty risk as you're communicating to him your idea, and also implying other things in what you're saying. So he might miss stuff between the lines.
Beauty is my weakness.
The beauty of which allows you to communicate with others and express yourself to the world.
Right. Okay, definitely. I think this is in line with my giri.
Mm-hmm.
As Haramoto. Let's see, virtue. If my dog knew my plans, he'd be dead too. So yes. I wouldn't say that aspect would fire. You're not obtaining or keeping a secret here. Well, arguing that I'm keeping the secret of the moves that I'm going to make and the reason for,
Oh, yeah, I follow you. Yeah.
Asking him to slow down without looking like he's really slowing down, like more deliberately.
I'll take that, yeah. I follow that line now.
Then, name, commander. Yes, I'd say so. Got the aspect. And I have a reputation of devious 1.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay, let's see if I can pull this off. This is a
your character does too. Yeah, that too.
Oh, it seems the humor of our clan extends far beyond the borders of the fourth wall.
Right. Right. Okay.
Deadpool's a member of our clan. What?
Right now I'm at 6. I'm gonna do a Hail Mary pass for things that we know are true about Kenzo. That he is a student of Sun Tzu and his commentators. And this is definitely the beginnings of a plan to deceive my enemies. I don't know if that'll give me
That's
dice or
very
not.
true, but it isn't reflected in your reputation yet. Perhaps that is something your reputation will grow, either by increasing deviousness or gaining another reputation.
Fair enough. Okay, I think that's all I'm going to be able to do is 6 for this roll. So I think
you're going to wager.
Yeah, that's going to be I think I'm going to take a risk and just wager 2. I think I can hit 10 with 4, surely, but it was close with 5 last time.
Do what you like, but don't call me Shirley.
Thank you, Leslie Nielsen. No, nope. Nope. You have
I have privilege.
Yep.
Well, goodbye, wagers. You send along the message. And whether or not Yamamoto Hiroki gets it, or responds to it, or something happens along the way, you're not sure. There's no way for you to know, because he won't send a runner back to you in a timely fashion. So the runner goes, you just don't know, you don't really get a response back for a very long time. The only way to know more is if you actually went to see what happened to him. If he actually did what you said.
So I'm going to get my Ashigaru unit together, and we are going to make at speed for the shrine. But we are going to do so in the guise of traveling pilgrims. In other words, weapons and armor and stuff are going to be hidden under, pilgrim hats and old robes and whatnot, so that we don't look like a military force moving across. But we are going to move as quickly as possible, hoping to get there before Hiryokai
That feels like a
gets
cunning
to the
risk to
road.
me.
That's a much better risk for me. Okay, so yes, this is definitely general. Like, I've got this piece of paper I'm just marking off as I calculate everything. Keeping ticks. Commander. This is my highest virtue. The name, aspect. I'm going to go with If My Dog Knew My Plans again, because I'm keeping the secret of who we are and why we're going where we're going.
Yep.
And then my reputation of devious.
Yes.
All right, so that's having me rolling 10. So I'm going to wager 5 and roll 5.
You got it.
Better.
Your privilege.
Okay. Yes, we managed to cross the distance and get to the shrine well before Hiroki and his train are terribly close to the bandit camp. That's the main thing. Then
You want to establish that you're actually disguised as well?
yes. Yeah.
I'll take that.
Okay. Yeah. I was pulling it up to start dragging them off, but I'll let you do it this way. Okay.
It's easier for me to swipe them away when I do it this way.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're there and we're disguised. The bandits are unaware of our presence.
That's a good wager to point out, yes.
Let it go. 3 more. Let's see. Due to their debilitation, due to the hard weather over the winter, we constitute a superior force. Whether that's through numbers or just the fact that we're hale and hearty, and a lot of them are down with the flu.
Actually, you know what? I'll give that back to you.
Okay.
I'll give it to you as a free wager. That makes sense.
Okay, I'll just leave it on the table for a sec.
That kind of rides off of the truth Yako pointed out. It's like, that's already true. Yeah, I'll give that to you. That makes sense. That naturally makes sense.
Okay, so can I use a wager to say that we get into position to attack the bandit camp?
That would be another risk.
Roll. Risk. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're there and we're disguised and we're a superior force. The bandits don't know we're there. Got 2 more. I could do a point of glory, or I could And the wagers have to be connected to like the risk itself.
Correct.
Okay. Which was getting here unnoticed. Anybody think of something that'd be super good for me to do here? Because I'm kind of blanking.
Maybe something about your traveling conditions on the way there.
How do you mean?
Like, maybe your people are in very good condition because
That's
you
good.
had an easy travel or something.
Yeah. This is my personal retinue. So they've obviously been, well fed and trained and all that good stuff.
Oops.
And although we traveled fast, we traveled well, so they are well rested and fit for combat.
I'll take that. 2 wagers left.
Ooh, actually, yes, I will wager 1 to say that as we arrive at the shrine, a late snow begins, providing kind of an opportunity for cover and surprise in our further movements. And finally, got 1 left. I will spend the last one to say that my Ashigaru are trained in winter and mountain combat, which kind of makes sense for them.
Good.
All right.
Off Kenzo Masaru goes to the south, dressed as pilgrims, their swords and spears hidden among their things, the fate of Yamamoto Hiroki uncertain. But as we look back to the castle of Iron and Jade, Ryosuke Takahashi, you are in the pleasant company of Kenzo Shimo, your daimyo, the sumo wrestler Otake Daisuke, who seems rather, who's nicely bundled up, although he's a little too bundled up. He's overestimated how cold it gets up here, but he's from further south, so even your springs are kind of chilly. And there is, of course, the Imperial census taker, Sakai Noriyuki, who is in a bright red kimono with the emblem of his noble rank emblazoned upon it. He is the ever picture of Kyoto, or if one were being unkind, one may say he is Heian in his mannerisms, very old-fashioned, very formal, but he may be a resident of Kyoto, so he kind of there's a lot of that way of things remaining. And there's yourself.
Does he bear the marks of the Ashikaga shogunate or the emperor himself?
The Emperor.
The emperor?
Yeah.
Damn.
Technically, the shogun is directing imperial resources, technically.
Right. Remind me, what year are we in?
You are in the 11th year of the Oroku era.
In Roman calendar?
You're not Roman. That's a Western thing. That's a Southern barbarian thing. What do you care about such things?
Oh, of course.
What
11?
events are you worried has come to pass? I can help you with that.
No, I'm just curious. What year are we in?
Ah.
That's about it. Okay. I shall live in my uncertainty for now because I am a country bumpkin. I'd like to size up this sumo wrestler. How big is this person?
Nice and rotund, a true sumo. It is hard to miss this guy. He is a big dude.
I'm assuming we had to give him one of those larger cargo horses that he could ride.
It's a lot of walking because the only people once you get up into the mountains, it gets kind of hard to use your horses. So,
Oh yeah, naturally.
which he's not.
Is
He's fine
he-
with it to a degree. Like he's as a sumo, he may ride in Planikin if he really wanted to, but around the castle he would have, or in villages he might have. But on a long journey like this, better to just get your sandals on and get hoof into it. Especially now that it's spring, so that's not so bad to walk around.
Naturally, a wise sumo would once say that it forges your spirit.
Yep.
Such hardship.
I'll put it
Well,
to
how
you this
does
way.
the-
I'll put it to you this way. Daisuke is more than happy to go for a nice hike. Like, it's a good exercise for him. That's kind of part of why he's here anyway. It's Sakai that's not thrilled to have to walk out into the mountains.
Oh, does he have a lot of gear with him?
Not I mean, he would say he has a lot of gear. He doesn't. He has like a bag with like scrolls and inks and brushes, some food, some water. He's used to walking around, but you know, he's a civic officer, one might say. Less
Does
a
he
war
have
officer.
any manservants?
A couple, yeah.
Do they share the load with him? Because I wanted to approach him and maybe ask him, like, hey, could I help you carry your belongings for a while you rest?
I'll give you a beauty to approach him and kind of
Hmm?
tactfully ask that question. However, I believe that I'm going to invoke something on you here. I'm gonna compare
My
you.
aspect.
Your aspect that a married companion is good as a horse. Yeah, you are going to approach him. I'll waive the beauty roll here. You can go the beauty roll, but you're going to lose honor because you're acting in a way that's not natural. You're acting dishonest to yourself. But yeah, he looks kind of funny. It looks silly the way he's doing things. So you can either be polite about offering this, or you can jest at his cost, shall we say.
Oh, I shall approach him and say, wait, what is his name again? Noriyuki, well, Sakai-sama. Are you sure that you do not require help with your luggage? For perhaps by the time you reach the Buddhist shrine, thou shalt be caked in sweat. And we wouldn't want that, would we?
He turns and looks at you. My servants shall carry what load is necessary, unless you are offering Yosuke Dono.
That is what I am indeed offering, your imperial, your highness, sir.
Shimu gives you a look as there's a look of panic of, oh crap. And he steps over. Naruki turns and gives you a glare, and Shima's like, ha ha ha, it's a joke. He knows you're not of the family. Sake-sama, why don't we just go over here and Ryosuke can go talk with Daisuke for a bit? Huh?
Of course, my lord. Of course.
Okay, over this way. Don't talk to him anymore. Talk over here. Oh, I wanted to talk to him. No, it's fine.
I'll go over to the sumo wrestler. I never did understand these royals very much. They all seem like they've got a naginata stuck up there. You know.
True, all that, but they do bet rather well.
I suppose that's fair. Do you bet often on yourself?
What? No. That'd be cheating. I don't do no cheating. I get a good, honest wrestling, and well, when people bet on me, they bet on me. I do get a cut when people when I win, though. So there's that.
I'll raise an eyebrow on him. Why? Are you certain that you won't win sometimes?
Well, I've heard some sumo who bet on themselves and then dishonorably, well, they'll bet on the other guy rather, and then they'll purposely lose, which is just maddening. I guess you can bet on yourself, but it's one of those things we just don't do. You know, it's just there's a rule against it, but I don't know. I don't trust a sumo that bets on himself. The prize money is enough. Especially when you win as much as I do.
If you manage to get those monks up at the Buddhist temple to bet a single coin, the first sake is on me.
Oh, you kidding? For all those Buddhist niceties, they'll spend. Well, the nice older guys won't. They'll pray for our souls or something. But the young guys, oh, they love that stuff. That's half the fun. We're gonna get villagers out who we've never heard of out there and come see us.
Are you
Besides,
famous?
once I win, I'm gonna get all the money. So you know.
Oh, bold of you to think that you will win, Otake-sama.
Well, I mean,
Oh, I may be lied, but I've got something you don't, Otake-sama.
a woman for the night.
No, something quite more on a basic level, I should say. I'll turn away for a second and look back at him. I see you have some grays in your hair, Otake-sama. And I'll, like, pick up the pace.
And your journey to the Buddhist temple carries on through the mountains as Shimo attends to Noryoki, and he lets you attend to Otake. Give me a beauty roll as you're kind of chatting with him, and let's see how he comes, because you have a long walk ahead of you, so you have plenty of time to get to know each other, get a feel for each other.
Sure, okay, so my beauty is 3, so I get 3 dice to start with, right? My Giri doesn't really help me with this, I think. Bodyguard.
Yeah.
Wait. Thing. My virtue,
Or your poet, I believe. Oh, no, that's your
No.
reputation.
that's my reputation. I don't think my virtue helps with this as well. Yeah, no. My name is clear or to help or assist. I don't think that counts for this one as well, right? I would say at least.
Okay, I'll agree with you there.
As for my aspect, sure, American Companion is as good as a horse. You know,
Mhm.
we'll joke around. He seems willing at least to joke around a bit.
Yeah. He's a lot less wound up than the other guy is.
Am I rolling against him? Is he an opponent in this test, so to speak?
No, you're just trying to see if you put a good impression on him or not.
Okay, and I can't evoke any glory, so I'm gonna be rolling 4 dice.
You want to wager any of it?
Just one.
Just one? Ooh. Take one yin.
Yeah. Where did that go? Oh, there you go. 12.
You got it. So what's your privilege? As you're having a jovial conversation with Otake.
Well, we've managed to somewhat bond on this little trip, despite the fact who will win or who will lose later. I'd like to ask him if he actually has, since he stayed here for a while, if he has any plans to stay further. How the countryside has been treating him, and if he likes it.
What do you say? It's your privilege.
Oh well, I'd say perhaps that he has found it to his liking, the countryside, perhaps a bit cold, but he lacks motivation to stay. And for this one wager, I'd like to give him that motivation.
This
Hey.
is the motivation.
Why don't you stick around? We have a bunch of samurai. We're an up-and-coming clan. Why don't you open your own dojo? Or, well, your own sumo school.
Oh, you don't have one here.
No,
Oh, I
but
suppose
we'd,
you
we'd love one.
We need a dojo, not a sumo. If you want to advance, we need a dojo.
Well, he's a sumo, so a sumo school would be most appropriate for him.
If your daimyo's all right with it, I'm all right with it.
I'm assuming that our daimyo will have no issue in you training our samurai to be stronger and brawnier, just like you are. I shall have a word with him, and I'm fairly certain that by the end of our little journey, perhaps we can give you some wiggle room and some estate in the castle itself. Or would you like outside the castle?
Hmm. Hmm. And you two of you talk it over as you're trying to,
Mm.
you're hammering it down.
Mhm.
Swing back to Yeiko, who is still back at the Castle of Iron and Jade. What are you up to back there, as your fellow samurai have journeyed forth?
I would be working on investigating the Chinese ship passengers. I believe we have a few of them in our custody at this point. So my first task would be to really just to interview them and speak with them about the why they were sailing around here.
Yeah. So you find the leader of them, one Liao Guanyu, who knows a tiny bit of Japanese, not great, but he's the one who's able to tell your people his name. So that's added to it. He himself is a person who seems rather friendly, who has done a lot over the winter to keep his crew in line, but also he seems very protective of them. He looks to be the only sailor among them. The rest look far. Now that you've gotten to look at them yourself, they look far too nice in their clothes. Whereas he looks like he's actually going to be on. He's actually seen the ocean. Actually expects to be moving around on it and stuff. He looks over to you, and as you approach him in his, do you approach him in his barred cell, or do you summon him into a chamber?
I would summon him to a chamber for a couple of reasons. The biggest one being to try to deceive him into thinking I'm some genteel figure who does not know the ways of the world.
That feels like a risk of cunning to me.
Okay.
He might see through it, or may be irritated by your deception.
Fair enough. I will say my duty as Onibawan, I'm trying to get information out of him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think duty applies. I would say I'm shrewd. So this trying to deceive him into underestimating me probably aligns with my reputation.
I would
Are
agree
you
with that. Yeah.
okay? Aspect 2, if my dog knew my plans, I'm trying to conceal what I'm up to.
I would say so.
Okay, so that's 3 extra dice there. I don't think aspect 1 applies because I'm not working together on this one. And likewise with aspect 3, but that's okay. I have 4 dice and 5, so I'm going to wager 4 on this and roll 5.
Crap.
Hot dice today, holy crap.
You got your privilege. Firstly, I imagine you want him to be deceived.
Yes. Yeah, I want him to underestimate me.
Okay.
Secondly, I think I want him to think that we're taking him out of the cell, and I'll ply him with food and stuff to be nice.
So you're giving the illusion of being especially hospitable?
Yes. I will also attempt flattery with him to make him like me and be inclined to speak more than he should.
Okay.
And finally, I'm going to ply him with alcohol to lower his ability to keep secrets. I think that's all 4, or do I get one more?
I have one more left.
Okay. I will also say that in the event that I am in turn underestimating him, I have guards within earshot that can come to assist me. Because yes, Yeiko is shrewd.
Your drink. Good. It's good. Good food. Thank you. Yes. He kind of, and as he's sitting on the ground, he is, whereas you perhaps are sitting a bit more seiza, a lot more refined and very, I imagine you're trying to give off that image to him.
Yep.
He is very much the sailor. He's kind of leaning back a bit, one leg crossed under the other, a very sloppy way of sitting, which gets sloppier as he drinks a bit more. He does adjust himself from time to time, but he seems rather comfortable.
I'll ask him. His passengers hired him for something. Does he know what they had hired him for?
To sail them, yeah, to cross water, and back to Chid.
I see. Do you know why they wanted to come here and then go back?
To exchange, trade, yeah. Trade in scroll, trade in jade. No, not jade, not jade. I mean jade, yes. How do you say the crafting of jade?
They wish for knowledge, or they wish for items?
Yeah, both. Oh, and coin.
Are they merchants?
Yes, but not all. Some scholar, smart people, writers, poet.
Oh.
Good haiku, good haiku.
Can
You want help? I help.
help with what?
Well, Chinese not your language.
Hmm.
Chinese my language. I court translator or something.
Thank you for the offer. I will.
Oh, I wasn't propositioning you. I was. It was exchange.
What would you like in exchange?
He furrows his brow at you.
In trade.
And now you're doing an opposed beauty because he's trying to get something out of you, but he's also playing a little dumb here. But he actually, his Japanese isn't nearly as bad as he says, as he's acting. So you are both doing a beauty roll. So I assemble his dice pool. I will tell you, you know what his dice pool is. And whoever gets the higher roll gets privilege on the scene. If you have more wagers, you can add more things to the scene. However, keep in mind, when you set a wager aside, that can't be added to the dice pool. And if you lose all your wagers. So you don't get any control over the scene. This is him trying to control the scene on his side.
Okay.
I gain that plus that. That doesn't really apply.
I'm going to need to BRB, actually. I think somebody just rang the doorbell.
Okay. Oh, we'll swing back to that in a moment. You want to look to Ryosuke or Masaru?
Oh, go to Masaru. I'm interested to see what happens there.
Sounds good.
Kenzu Masaru, you have traveled in your pilgrim garb to this shrine. It stands there amidst the mountains. You know the path that leads past it to the bandit camp. You have not heard word from Yamamoto. Whether his runners just didn't know where you are or something's happened, you don't know. You just know that you know you're in the right place, you know you're at the shrine.
Fair enough. Right. So, I want to move us quickly and quietly down the trail towards the bandit camp with scouts ahead, and I'll be part of the scouts to get an early eye on the camp and hopefully to get into position like to attack the camp without being noticed.
Cunning.
Yep.
Risk. I'll note that you do have at least one free wager because of your preparations.
Okay. Kiri. I'm going to lean again on if my dog knew my plans.
Yep.
my reputation will also apply here. Yep. So it looks like I'm rolling 10. So I'm going to wager 5 and roll 5.
You have privilege.
Didn't see roll there. Okay. So yes, we make it down the trail without being noticed.
Very good.
Okay. First wager will be we have arrived before the camp. They are not prepared for battle. Put it that way.
Okay. Probably sometime in the early morning or late night.
Right.
A bad time for them to be attacked.
Right.
Great time for you. Plus the winter's kind of covering you as well. So.
Yeah, the snow, right. You said we had a free wager too, based on preparations. So I will spend the freebie then to say that we encircle the camp. I'll spend another one to say that we are not noticed encircling the camp.
Fair enough. Yep.
Let's see. And I'll spend one to say that the bandits' camp winds up being kind of badly located. It is kind of in a dip in the land, which is good to keep like protection from wind and whatever, and from observation. But it does allow us to have the high ground.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that would be like superior position. Do I want to bank these two, or is there other things that we can do? At this point, are there firearms, or are we basically still spears and whatnot up here for Ashigaru?
The standard would be spear.
That's what I thought.
Naginata and Yari.
Right.
Because firearms would have been around for a couple years now, but they're mostly in southern Japan.
Okay.
Whether you have some guys with guns, that's up to you. But
Okay.
I will warn that you bring into the narrative that guns have made it all the way to Dewa, people around here might start having them.
Right. And I know how guns work in this game.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do I need to spend one to say we have surprise?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay.
You've kind of established narratively two different reasons why I'm surprised, why they're surprised.
Okay.
As in the dark of night, snow breezing between the trees and mountains, your Ashigaru starts surrounding this badly placed camp that's hard to spot. If you were trying to avoid being spotted, it'd be great, but it's tactically not great.
Right.
Kind of put themselves into a killing field, not that they know it.
All right, I think for now I'm just going to spend those for, what is it, 1 point of glory?
1 point of glory, yep.
Okay, let me edit my sheet real quick. Okay. Cool. And then I'm going to kind of step out from behind the trees And I'll note, our monastery, our big monastery is Buddhist, right? The Buddhist temple.
That's the one you control, yeah.
Yeah. So Buddhism has made it well up here.
Mhm.
So yeah, Masaru's armor, his war armor, is like a polished white, because death is coming for the enemy. So I shout out, Kuragane Koge! You are surrounded. You and your men disarm, surrender, or die for crimes against the Dewa province and its lord and people. It is I, Kinzo Masaru. What the hell is my title again? Kinzo Masaru Hanamoto of Clan Kensu who speaks.
You see the tan kimono of Kuragane, his black akama, I believe it is, the pants, staining with the snow as he moves around. His head's completely shaven. He has he actually bears his 2 swords as he walks up.
Samurai family.
He is dressed in a heavy-looking black iron armor, which must have cost him quite a bit to get here, because iron armor is not common in Japan at all.
Right. Guard, by the way. My hand is on my katana's hilt.
Guard. He does the same. You see, the minute your hand goes to yours, his goes to his.
Fair enough.
He strides forth. Lots of people look at him, and they look like they're getting ready to grab their stuff, so they're looking around in panic, grabbing their spears and looking around. Some people looking at their bows, but not pulling it to lift it up, because they know if they do that, they're asking to start fighting, and they're looking to him to see what they want him to do. I am Kuragane Hoji. I am the family that stood with Dewa. I am of the family that worked the stone of these mountains. I am the family that has been cast aside for the ambition of the Kenzo. He looks around. These people who follow me have followed me out of disgruntledness, have followed me thinking that I could bring back the glory of Kuragane. Kenzu Masaru, I've heard your family is one that understands that even a thief must learn his trade. An understanding that the Southerners forget often. I would have them lay down their arms and return to their homes. This is a matter of the Busha, samurai. Without weapons, they are peasants. And as peasants, they deserve the mercy of Dewa.
Well spoken. Very well. This I will agree to.
A lot of his people start yelling at him and try like, no, we'll do this with this. We're with you. And he just shouts, "Silence!" And they all just freeze. Weapons
They will
down.
lay down their weapons. I will provide them with a passport of safe passage. Safe passage. They can join up with Yamamoto Hirokai and the road building crew that is even now heading to where the road passes into Echigo. There, those who are able to work can join and begin to earn a fair wage. Those who are sick can have safe transport along the road. Any who wish to may return to their villages, but I'm offering a chance of gainful employment, pay, and food as work on the road. It will be their choice. No matter what they choose, safe passports will be issued to them, provided that they lay down their arms and swear on their honor not to raise up arms again against the Kinzo family or the people of Dewa.
He smirks. He chuckles a bit. He mutters something into his kimono for a second. He just shakes his head again, looks up, and he nods. Certainly, Kenzo Dono.
Do I have any idea what he's so amused by?
Oh, wisdom.
Okay, that's a clan thing. Would my commander name come into it?
It would.
Okay.
I'll actually turn this to cunning.
Okay, so that ups it.
He is trying to withhold information. Wisdom's more you knowing things. Cunning is seeing
Right.
through people.
If a dog knew my plans, I'm trying to discover what's secret information. Yep. Devious.
Yep.
Okay, what about my Kiri as general?
This is too personal.
Okay, that's what I figured. So rolling 10, do 5 and 5 again. That 13, just got it. Draw 5. Draw.
So
Okay.
privilege. What is he hiding? What was he muttering into his kimono? What is he hiding?
Oh gosh, that's right. That's how this game works. I get to.
Yeah.
So, what caused the muttering into his kimono?
When you were offering the two paths upon which they could surrender themselves, whether it's with Yamamoto or heading back to their villages.
Okay. Yeah, he was thoroughly amused because I'm pretty much giving him what he wants for his men, his followers. So, in his mind, in his mind, he's actually won a victory, but he's getting exactly what he wants because the winter was so hard. His little bandit gang was kind of done.
And now they're getting to get home
Right.
free and safe, where it's warm,
Right.
where there's food.
Right. Okay. Goodness gracious, 5 wagers. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to spend one that we've already established that he's jealous of his brother. Because of that, he is looking for a way to outshine his brother. That'll be 1. Yeah, let it go. He is kind of impressed and reassured by my letting his people, go to where it's safe and warm and to survive and live rather than just cutting them down as I have every right to do. He is open to a deal.
I'll give this to you as a free wager. You know he's pragmatic.
Okay, that's right. Let's see. He has a lot of contacts among the other smaller bandit groups, both here and in the other two provinces that neighbor us, Ichigo and Mutsu. Is that it?
Yes.
So he has contacts, and then I will grab another point of glory with the last two. Where is it? So I will come off guard. I'll take my hand off of my sword.
He stays on guard.
Yep. Let us talk, you and I, while my men collect yours weapons, and see if any of your sick and injured require further assistance.
What do we do, Kenzo? Kenzo claims Dewa, Kuragane claims Dewa. We have a problem.
Your brother appears to have threaded the needle of this problem well enough.
My brother takes our father's practicality perhaps too far. I maintain honor.
By retreating into the mountains and leading bandits?
By doing as we have done for generations.
I'll just let that one pass. So you now stand on the precipice of a choice, Kuragane. You are a breath away from Ronin. You can continue down this path, gathering another group of malcontents about you, preying on the people that, in theory, your clan is sworn to serve, as is mine, and you and I can spend the rest of our lives chasing one another through the mountains.
Or we can end it here.
Or, indeed, I can cut you down. Although, doing so may incite your men to further violence, which would cause my men to have to cut them down, and thereby ruining your ability and clever movement to get them safe home.
Beauty risk. You're talking off the precipice right now.
Oh God, yes, beauty, my worst skill. Okay, so there's nothing there. Okay,
Because it's one thing for a bunch of peasants to suddenly sit down, like, they're gonna lose a bit of honor, but he's like, yeah, but you can go back to being peasants. Like, that won't kill you guys. Some of you aren't happy about it, but whatever. But he's a samurai still. He still has there's a certain shred of honor that he's clinging to, even in his practicality.
fair enough.
But perhaps you can make him see what his brother saw in the Kenzo.
Hadamoto, because I'm trying to gain a valuable subordinate or tactical asset.
I would say that falls more into the realm of the courtier.
Okay.
Well, you are facing him in battle. Hadamoto can decide to try to recruit a samurai. No, I'll take it, actually, no. Because he's a samurai, Hadamoto could reasonably try to recruit a samurai to change sides.
Okay.
If he was just a bandit, I would have said no. It's like, nah, you don't really recruit bandits, generally. That's someone else's job.
Yeah, I'm not really being devious here.
Being downright forthright about things. So is he. I'll note there's a tension among his people. Like, they are going along with your men, and there's like this open clearing that's developing between the two of you as you're talking, as they're starting to realize what he's saying. It's like, oh crap, is he gonna fight? He's just gonna fight by himself?
What about none of us is as great as all of us? Because our clan is known for working together, and his brother's already kind of a part of that working together. And he's not a clan member, though.
No, he's not.
Although, I mean, the compel of that fits.
That's why you're doing that. If you said I try to cut him down, I would try to compel you to talk to him.
Okay.
That'd be a way I would do it.
I don't get the dice for it. No. Oh, this is going to be a terrible roll. Let me double check my stuff. Talk to my plans. Every thief must learn his trade doesn't apply. None of us is as great as all of us. Okay. With my stats and stuff, I'm at 1 die. So I am going to spend an honor point, and at least that way I can roll 5.
Goes an honor.
Bye-bye, honor. We hardly knew you.
Well, we can earn it back, and there's no cap to earning it back, but I think it's the right thing to do here.
So you're sitting on 4 dice right now?
5, because I got 1.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So 4 for honor, 1 from that. So I've got 5 to roll.
You want to wager?
I don't think I'm going to wager. I should have wagered.
You have privilege. He was on the precipice. Now, I will say, he can follow through, because you're controlling the narrative right now. He could fight you right now, if you wanted.
Right.
Or you can have him not fight you. It's up to you. There's a beauty in this moment of 2 samurai talking to each other amidst the late snow.
Right. So yeah, it's not been an easy winter on him either. His plans of banditry leading him to power to equal the Kenzo clan or wealth to retire in comfort somewhere, they're obviously not going to work at this point. He's pragmatic enough to know that. And like any human being, he doesn't want to die needlessly. So he's not going to fight me unless I force him to, because he's looking for another path to honor.
He stops being on guard.
Yep.
Folds his arms.
Oh. You can be a wave man. You can write the last line of your life in poetry of blood on the snow, or you can pursue honor with me, with the Kenzo clan. We can work together, and your house will rise with my house.
I will go with you if the manner upon which we are assigned, or Kuragane, is given unto me, not my brother. A stipend worthy of our long service to the province. Unlike the pittance he receives. He can keep that pittance. He earned it. But I refuse to be paid any less than what I'm worth. Otherwise, I might as well stay here in the mountains. Write my poem.
So his first bit was, so he wants more money than his brother, and his first bit was getting to choose where he's assigned.
He want, because his older brother technically would be over him. You would have your daimyo say, no, you're the leader of the Kuragane clan because I say so. I'm your daimyo. Like, oh, you speak for your family because I tell you that he does. He's the one I'm going to listen to for your house. So he basically is going to he's going to outrank his brother, even though he joined later and was a bandit.
Right. Okay. So that's not really something that's going to be easy for me to do.
Nope. And you better believe his brother's going to be annoyed with you.
Right.
Or he might shrivel. He might just fawn and bow and just be with it. But we don't know yet. You're dealing with Koji now.
Right. Such things as this can only be earned. But because I believe that you can earn them and quickly, I will make you, I don't know if there's a Japanese term for this, but I want to take him into like my personal retinue and household, like in I don't know, like my put him on my command staff, basically.
You'll want to talk with your daimyo, but you could offer him that.
Right.
And that's still good because he's not his brother's on a Hatamoto. You're a Hatamoto.
Right.
But if he's serving a
Subject
Hatamoto, that makes you'd be able to manage him personally rather than the daimyo managing him.
Right.
But you still need your daimyo to be okay with that.
Right. Subject to my lord's approval, of course. I will make you a member of my personal staff in matters of military for the province, and I can assure you that as such, your opportunity to win honor and to prove your fitness to lead your clan and to receive the koku you believe you deserve, the opportunities will be plentiful. I am not one who stays in the back of the line and moves markers on maps. I am one who is in the field, and my staff will be with me. And you will find opportunities to gain glory and honor on the field of battle and in the realm of strategy, if you wish it.
He looks around. I think I can be fine with that. Kenzo Dono. He bows. And his followers all kind of breathe a sigh of relief because you get the feeling that they knew what he was up to. Like he never said it, but they all sensed his determination, and they're kind of relieved. Some of them are kind of like, we kind of wanted to see him fight anyway because we know how good he is. But there's also but we don't want him to die though. It seems he has engendered the loyalty of his men, and you have managed to cajole him entice him into your service for now. Woo.
Okay. His first task will be helping to get his people disarmed and ready to move.
I am going to bestow upon you one honor for There would have been much personal glory in defeating a swordsman of his caliber, as tired as he may be. He is very much a samurai. This would have been, and killing him and getting to walk back with his head would be a boon. But you lean into the virtues of your clan and the aspects of your clan above what the average samurai may have dealt with. You prevented a terrible tragedy in pursuit of other honors, as it were.
Cool.
Sweep back to the castle, as I believe Liao Ganyu is trying to deceive Yeiko. If you're still with us, there, many-layered one.
Mic muted?
Yes, I am. I just had my mic muted so that
Yeah.
I could eat without, like, grossing everyone out with eating noises.
It's called mukbang. Thank you very much. It would have been content. No.
Free content.
Yeah, thank you.
So yes. So you're pulling up dice pools of beauty as you're trying to. Of cunning. As he's trying to say, he's hiding that his Japanese is better than he is hiding how good his Japanese actually is. He's trying to get something out of you, but at the same time, you're trying to learn why his people are really here, what they're really up to.
Yeah.
So his dice pool, because you do get to see me put the dice on the table, as it were. 2, 3, no. Oh, no, sorry. I'm at 5 currently.
Alrighty.
As for wager, well, we develop our dice pools first, and we decided for wager. Because I need to know what your dice pool is. I might not want to wager. I might want to just win.
So I'm trying to discover a secret here, so I think if my dog knew my plans applies.
Yep.
I think I'll invoke Yeiko's name in this case, because as somebody who likes to keep aspects of herself hidden, she can recognize that in another.
Yep.
And Giri applies in this case.
Right.
So that's 3 bonus dice in addition. Or sorry, that's 2 bonus dice plus 3 from if my dog knew my plans, so that's 5 total dice. Yeiko is also shrewd, so I think the reputation applies.
Yep.
So 6 bonus dice plus 4. So my current pool is 10 dice.
I'm not intending to wager any of mine, are you?
I'll wager 2.
Ooh.
So I'm rolling 8.
$17. 34. Well, he tried. Yeah, you have privilege.
Cool. And I also have 2
Wagers.
wagers.
I mean, he was trying to lie to the spy master, so that was not a good idea on his part. Not that he knew it. Specifically, you tricked him into thinking, "Oh, I'm not any spy master. I'm just the pretty lady who's asking you questions, serving you drinks." Maybe I'll be able to fool her, trick her into what I'm going for. Haha, actually I'm the spy master. You're trying to lie to the wrong person. I'm not, my beauty is not my high stat. Cunning's my high stat. Oh, crap.
Although beauty is my second highest stat. Um.
So you were trying to discover what he's really up to, and he was trying to become like a court translator. And
Yeah.
he was answering your questions, but I'll give you a free wager here that his Japanese is obviously better than it is. Like, he's getting at very complicated words that if his Japanese is bad, he shouldn't know, like, court translator. Like, that's a word that's a bit beyond your average sailor's dictionary. You wouldn't need to know that. Like, that's not something that would come up.
One moment.
Certainly.
So I will ask him how it is he writes his name.
I'll give that to you as a free wager. That's something I can just tell you. His name. Your mama. No, it means...
What the hell?
He is named after a historical figure that symbolizes loyalty and strength. Guan Yu, the god of war, that's kind of his name. Lao is just a surname that refers to his family line.
Oh, okay.
The main thing that stands out from his name, that would dwarf everything, is that he's named Guan Yu.
I will remark that it's an interesting name for a sailor.
Yes.
And give him a look that drops a little bit of the mask.
And you have the control of the narrative. What's the privilege what's your privilege leaning on as you drop the mask?
Basically, I'm letting him know that I've seen through him without giving away what I know or like what I am.
Okay.
So he will sense there is more to me than meets the eye, but beyond that, he's not really getting much.
You have your two wagers. You can get glory out of that, or you can add to the scene.
I'm curious, so I think I'll spend one of the wagers on why is he wanting to be a court translator?
You tell me.
Like, what's the appeal?
You tell me. You're controlling you have privilege. I don't get to tell you.
Right.
I lost that privilege. You beat me.
Yeah. I'd say one of the things is probably that it would give him a degree of power and control in the communication.
Okay.
And as for why he's... And the fact that he was lying to me makes me think that there's more to him than meets the eye, too. Although I don't know exactly what it is yet.
That can be a wager. That can be a wager.
Yeah. I'll make that my wager, my other wager. Because, yeah, I don't necessarily want to get glory off of this. I'd rather uncover more information.
Yes, my father had high hope, much hope in me. As you have much hope in you. Lady Yako. He kind of ducks a clumsy bow because he's kind of drunk. He's not sitting properly. But he knows that that's a thing you're supposed to do. They do that in China as well.
Yeah. I would bow back to him, as is appropriate. And
Actually, that's my question. What do you think is appropriate? How important do you think he is? Because if he's just some peasant, some sailor, some lower class, a tiny nod is polite. It's nice. You're acknowledging that they're human, sort of thing. If you think he's actually like a person of rank or nobility or of achievement, you might bow a lot lower. If you think and was obviously not appropriate is like a full like kowtow, like that'd be like if you thought he was an emperor or something ridiculous like that. But I imagine it's not that last one, obviously. But how deep is your bow to him? What do you believe is appropriate?
I would give him an appropriate bow for somebody of rank. I don't think a common sailor would think to try a ruse like that. Now, maybe that's Yako being a little bit classist, but she doubts. Basically, she's doubting that he's a simple fisherman.
So, can we agree? Can we exchange?
Very well. I think we can. Although, not that I'm going to tell him. If we discuss with the other prisoners, I will note ahead of time, I'm planning to have somebody who is our translator in disguise so that I can vet whatever he tells us. But he doesn't need to know that right now.
Okay.
But yeah, we can gain another asset.
So I will give you one more cunning roll before we go over to Ryosuke. As the Elgon you will translate, but you also can. I won't make you do a risk to have a translator. You can afford to have a court, someone who knows Chinese. That's not unusual for some scholar in the castle. Would know it. If it was something like Dutch, I'd be a little more or English. You'd be like, not a lot of people know those languages, and you better hope they speak Portuguese or whatever. It's like
Yeah.
Oh, Chinese. Oh, we know Chinese, or somebody does anyway. Big castle. But yeah, your cunning will be to determine what you're able to, your interaction with the sailors with Liu Guan Yu in tow.
Yeah. And all right, so I'll have if my dog knew my plans.
Yep.
Because I'm trying to uncover information here. My character is shrewd, I think applies in this case.
Yep.
And I think my giddy also applies in this case.
Yep.
So that's 5. Yeah, I think 5 up is good. So that gives me a pool of 9 dice.
Gonna wager any of it?
I don't think so in this case.
Oh, okay.
Unless it were opposed.
It's not.
Or unopposed, rather.
It's unopposed.
Okay. Actually, in that case, I think I'll wager 4. And roll 5.
Okay. You have privilege.
Okay. So...
What do you wish to learn of these? What sort of exchange do you wish to garner from these traders and scholars? Want you translating and a backup translator hidden who may help you later.
Yeah. Firstly, what kind of jade works were they looking to trade for?
You tell me.
Would I know who's in power in China right now? Out of curiosity.
It'd be the Ming Dynasty currently. That you would know. Because you both have emperors. You're of equal status. But the Chinese totally agree with you about that and do not think less of you at all.
All right. I'd say in this case they're looking for small items that would be easier to pack in a way that it might survive a off-sea trip.
Okay.
As opposed to like a big one that might slide around and get damaged in the hold.
And what do you believe they want in exchange for that? It's part of the same privilege because they're offering something and you're getting something.
Oh, if they're offering something. Curious. One moment.
Sure.
They'd probably be offering silk and other textiles.
Okay. What's your wagers?
Wager number 1 would be their scholars are looking to probably looking to collect information on both the jade carving techniques, like the specifically, what's the word I'm looking for here? There's a specific technique that was unique that I am forgetting the name of. But basically a local unique technique they're trying to get understanding of how that's achieved.
Okay.
And I would say second one would be you had mentioned previously that the merchants were very finely dressed.
Yep.
I would say some of them are a little too well dressed to be simple merchants.
All right.
Mm,
Rather well-to-do merchants of larger trading families rather than just, guys with a cart.
yes. And thinking, one moment.
Certainly.
The oh, okay. The final thing I will say is that they are, or sorry, another point is they're trying to gather intelligence on the defenses of this region in Japan.
Okay. Okay. Hmm.
But do so in more of a, we're coming on a trade mission officially. Unofficially, we're collecting intelligence type of thing.
Okay.
And I think there's one more, right?
Yep.
Oh, the final point would be that they are also interested in understanding the local, whether or not there are any other unique local goods to be traded. So it's like primarily a trade mission, but some intelligence gathering.
Okay.
And that would be that, because that's all my wagers.
And the free wager I'll tell you is that Guan Yu does report truthfully what he says, and your translator confirms. He gets a couple of tenses wrong here or there, but nothing that indicates deception. It's just,
Okay.
It's just, But for all you know, your translator may be getting their Chinese wrong as well. But then again, the guy you probably got is a scholar, and this guy is a sailor, possibly a scholar himself. You're not sure.
Yeah. That's all right, though. I just wanted to verify that he was truthful.
Yep.
So, Yeager, I may have missed a couple. Like, it's primarily a trade mission, but they're collecting intel in northern Japan. They're interested in what all is available for trade. What else did you find out there?
They're offering textiles and silk in exchange for both technique knowledge and jade trade items.
Cool. Got it.
So, I believe that is everything you wish to ask of them, Lady Yeiko.
Yes.
And what of me?
What do you mean?
Well, can I become port translator? Sailor is a hardy profession, but I would pursue higher things than waves.
I will ask our scholar to our scholars to give him an exam to understand his knowledge not only of Japanese but other subjects.
Mhm.
And assuming that he does well, at least on the Chinese aspect, I would advocate in favor of it to our Lord.
Okay. So that's underway. And before I sweep away, I will remind your duty to... You now know about the foreigners.
And the final thing I'm going to do actually is to see about getting a sample of their textiles for what is his name? I'm blanking on his name.
Shimo?
Masaru.
Oh, from Masaru, okay.
Yeah, because he had requested it.
Yeah. No, it was Ryosuke who wanted
Or sorry, for Ryosuke. My bad. I misremembered. But yes, I will try to get a sample of it.
And what of your what are the suspicions of whispers of discontent in your lands?
I will start to investigate those
Okay, we'll sweep back to you.
next.
Ryosuke Takahashi.
So,
Your party has done the difficult hike through the mountains to the Buddhist temple, headed by the head monk there, Hoshin Rei. Kenzo Shimo talks with them jovially, introduces Sakai Nariyuki and Otake Daisuke to them, and you would know that this venerable monk, his name translates basically to the heart of law or dharma, and his name in spirit or soul. Very dedicated to his work, very focused upon it. He followed you guys because he wanted to not only maintain the spiritual balance in the world, but also help foster peace in the region. And he knew that if he sided with at least one of the families in the province, he could give you a moral backing to that. And you guys seem to live according to your aspects. You are lighthearted and considerate of the people, and that seems very noble. That seems right and righteous. He is peaceful, but he is not ignorant of the world. He knows that politics are the way they are, and he knows that there is a delicate balance in maintaining these things. Also note that of all the monks that would know of the strange happenings in the northern mountains, he would be the one who would know the most about it. Like, you could talk to other monks, but he's the one who would have been reported to the most.
Okay, well, it looks like they're fixing a fight for later on. I'm assuming this will be like somewhere in the morning or in the afternoon after lunch.
Yeah, that can be done. Like, there's no, they can set up time to give everyone time to rest up, clean up, you know, just got to get some food in them and get some stretches in and get a nice sumo ring going. Because part of it is a sort of religious, a more Shinto-esque thing of, like, they're blessing the ground, which, you know, they're a Buddhist temple, they're not Shinto, but they know plenty of Shinto people live around here in these mountains, so it's a nice thing to have a sumo wrestler come out here and do something. Also, there's talk. People are kind of excited because people get to see the famous Ryosuke Takahashi wrestle a sumo wrestler. Like, that's kind of a cool thing to watch. So there's some people coming for the religious aspect. Some people because a cool sumo's here, and some of it is they get to see a samurai do some wrestling, which would be kind of fun. So there's a bit of a. You can even see some festival stalls starting to get set up a little bit. Not full on like the full breadth of it, but there's a bit going on. Kenzo Shimo is doing his utmost to impress Norioki during all this, but he's giving you time. Like, you don't have to do it the minute you get there, because, you know, you did just hike all the way here.
Yeah, naturally. So I think we'll have a little bit of a rest, and tomorrow I would like to take the sumo wrestler and myself together to actually make the giant sumo pot that they like to make. So it's like a stock, and we'll try and put everything that the monks are willing to give. Fresh vegetables, maybe some meat if they're willing to offer into it, and see if we can cook it up together and offer it up as a sort of a pre-spectacle spectacle, you know?
Okay. I will call this a moment of beauty as you work together to. He tells you about stuff. Darn you, author. Let's set a timer.
Why?
Set timer 5 minutes.
See the word that got banned. Alright.
So you are working together to make this, and you're gonna get a free wager because Daisuke knows knows what to make, but also you're trying to use this as a way to kind of express yourself and add to the festivities.
Right. So
the risk
let's
is you
start
could
from
really
the-
screw this up and make yourself and give really bad food, which wouldn't look
Yeah.
very good.
So let's start from the top. My Giri does not help in this.
No.
I think. Absolutely not. My clan virtue does not help in this. This is neither wise nor, you know, of that sort. I'd say my name helps in this because the suke out of Ryosuke means to help or assist, and I am helping the man do the thing because, you know, he knows how to do it.
Yep.
So that brings me up to 4. My aspect. A merry companion is as good as a horse. Or even a thief must learn his trade. This is a craft.
Yep, I would say that thief applies more.
Okay, that's another 3 dice, so that brings me over to 7. Nothing else. I will wager 2 of those 7.
Draw them up.
And a 1, and a 2. Alright, that does it.
Yeah, privilege.
My privilege is that the soup's very good. It gets everyone in more of a festive kind of mood. Nothing else. And I'll spend the 2 to gain 1 glory.
Okay, fair enough.
I may lose this because compared to our sumo friend here, I am but a twig. But damn, I can make good soup.
You have a free wager because of him.
Mr. Daisuke will be feeling just a little bit slower after such a hefty lunch.
Fair enough. He is more than willing to engage you in a bit of fun wrestling if you're ready for a good sumo battle.
Oh yes, but I insist. Let's do this properly. You know, I'll undress to my drawers. I'll leave my katana. I'll ask my daimyo if he's willing to look after my sword.
You are his Yojimbo, so that is not untoward. So yes,
Yeah.
he will take your sword from you.
Plus, it's the
Yeah.
family sword. So
Well, it's
Oh,
a
it's not his
Takahashi
thing.
sword.
And it's not his sword. But yeah, I'll strip down to my drawers. And you know, I'll ask a couple of the monks, like, hey, help me make a circle. We'll arrange the circle out of stone.
Yep.
And bring forth a pile of salt for me and him.
As the two of you cast your salt to purify the ground and yourselves.
Oh yeah, rub it all over as much as I can, I guess. Stomp the ground, do a pose. I know how to do the pose. I've read some of the stories and seen maybe a couple of them back when I was in other parts of Japan. But you know, do everything that I have to. He is significantly larger than I am, correct?
I'd say so.
Okay. I know that if we were to go at this sort of seriously, that a head-on Tachiai would probably kill me because he would run me over. So as far as the initial my battle plan for this little thing is, I want to tire him out. He is a grossly larger person than I am, and I have to rely on my speed and technique to outmaneuver and outwit him.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to win. I know that I probably will not, but I do want to win. So I'd like to try and tire him out, and then capitalize on him being tired and try and like sweep his legs out from under him.
Very good. It looks like we are in the midst of a non-lethal duel because we're not using katana here. We are using the strength of muscle and weight of arms and the skill of technique. So, and you're not surprising each other because you're obviously going through a whole ritual of going, I'm not armed. We're doing this as a spiritual thing.
Yeah, and there's a judge who will dictate when we get to Tachiai, you know, so it's okay.
You could say it's that kind of duel author. You could say that. I can't for the next few minutes. I would like to. So we're in a formalized ritualistic contest. So this turns into a duel. Both duelists gather and announce dice. And I am going to give... I can now say it's an honor duel because 5 minutes have passed.
Haha, an honorable duel.
I was being very careful. If I whiffed, I was going to give you guys an honor point.
Whoa, okay.
I was like, whoops, I dishonored myself. Okay, I'll give you an honor. That's my bad. So I will put the first player focus upon the sumo wrestler because he is you're doing what he does, which means he'll announce his wagers first. So first challenge. I'm first player. You're second player. We will figure out our dice. Let me tell you what mine are. Well, you figure out yours as well, but I have to figure out. So this is his Giri. This is an aspect of his. Name comes into it. You both get +1 dice for quality equipment because you both were given special salt for purifying the ground, which helps. It also helps with grip a tiny bit, but it also helps you focus on what you're doing.
Yeah, and let's say like we could get some bandages for our hands, you know, so and our feet, so we don't slip so much, I guess.
Yeah. You don't have an aspect he can invoke. I don't think you are wise. Wisdom, I think, gives you. Oh, you guys have a thing because you're a wise clan.
Yes.
What the downside of wisdom? Oh wait, no, he's ambitious. That's what it is.
Ambitious, yeah.
Ambitious means you guys come off as ambitious. That's not a negative. You wanting to be the sumo in his own sumo thing, that makes total sense. So he's not gonna. He can't use that tag against you. That tag's to your favor.
Yeah, he can put me down like a dog, but that's about as much as he can do, right?
He's at 9 dice right
now. Okay, what's the main stat?
Strength. Prowess, actually.
Prowess. Okay.
Because it's battle, so that makes more sense. Strength is if you were
Right.
literally lifting them over your head.
Right. So I would my Giri. Again, I don't think it applies here
Okay.
because I'm a bodyguard. My name. The first part Ryo means clear. I'm very clear-headedly going into this, knowing that I'm probably going to lose, but with some hopes of winning.
I'll take it, yeah.
Okay, so we're at 5. Aspect, no, I'm afraid not. I don't think our clan aspect is with this, right? It's not a very wise thing to do. My reputation of warrior poet. I don't know. What do you think?
I take it. There's a certain beauty in what's happening here.
And the sumo ritual. Yeah, I guess I can see it. Okay. So we're at 6. And I have one more die for quality equipment, right?
Yes.
7. Is there any aspect of his that I could tag?
Not that you're aware of.
Okay. And that's it. Okay, I'll stick with 7.
Okay, so you get
No
to know
no
how
wagers.
He is going to. So you're at 7.
I'm at
He's
7,
at
yeah.
9. He will do 2 wagers. He'll meet you.
Alright. Here goes nothing. I got a 30. Oh,
He got 32.
what a guy! What a guy! Yeah, you describe how it goes then.
Oh, it's warrior poet paste. Oh.
Well, actually, I might have done this wrong. No. So you actually are two dice lower, because the benefit of the first player is that when they spend wagers, you have to meet their wager. The second player has to meet the wager of the first person. So those last 2. So it's not 30. It's friggin' 26. But if you won, you would have gotten glory because he's that much better than you, and so that's how duels work. Because that's why being first player matters. You can screw with the other guy's dice. You both strike.
So I have to match his. I'd be
Wage.
2. Yeah, okay, I'd be 2 dice less. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not, that would have mattered more if you had beat him with the first few dice. But that's something to know for duels later. If you're the superior, especially for you because you're a high prowess person, normally you're the guy who gets to decide that. It's just you're fighting a sumo guy, so he's teaching you sumo is the first thing. This turns into a teaching match. But it's about sumo. Your prowess is very high. I believe it's your highest stat.
Yeah.
So you are a skilled fighter, but you're fighting a guy who knows how to utilize his massive weight to his advantage. And you're learning a lot about wrestling because of this. And he is going to impress upon you that lesson by injuring you a bit as he eventually he gets to a point where he grabs you and just hucks you and baffs you hard into the ground, and it hurts quite a bit. So you do get an injury. You don't die because it's hand to hand. He can make this worse. Might.
He can stomp on me, but that's against the rules. Once you fall on the ground, you're done.
Yeah. Oops. Injuries 51. Too far. I will say I'll spend those two. So the first point is that he turns to a teaching game for a while. So it's a lot of the match goes a lot longer. He basically milks it, which does make you look bad a bit. But there's no dishonor here because you're a samurai facing a famous sumo wrestler in his arena. This isn't weird that you're being. That's kind of what people thought was going to happen. But you're doing your best. You're making a good effort. It's obvious that he's a skilled sumo wrestler. And eventually he does grab you and then huck you, just completely roll you over his hip and slam you into the ground. And you have a rank 2 injury as you actually sprain your ankle as you hit the ground.
Oh. Alright.
So that is a tag that you have. You have a rank 2 injury of sprained ankle. Now enemies, if they fight you, they can go, you have a sprained ankle, and you lose 2 dice. Until that gets treated.
Alright, so tags, sprained ankle.
Ouch.
Oh, okay. I'll somehow bite my pride and like stand up and go on my end of the ring and give him a very deep bow.
He does the traditional gesture of a sumo wrestler announcing his victory, and then he stands and bows to you. Then he walks over to you after, like, he looks super serious, and then once he's done with the bow, he comes over to go, Ryosuke, you alright? Oh, I think I heard something.
I'll like hold the ankle and with a big smile on my face say, "Oh, nothing, just my pride more than anything, really."
So that's your Yojimbo, Kenzo-sama. Shima gives he sends this guy a look. Well, it is sumo. Sakai Dono gives him a look back as they have the little beauty off as they're kind of arguing, as they're sniping at each other a little bit over there. Kenzo is, because he's there, he's able to prevent honor from being lost, because that did look bad in front of Naoki, but there's a reason Shimo didn't mind you doing this. He knew he could cover this. If you won, he would have gained honor. If you lose, yeah, it makes sense.
Well, I'd like to redress back in my kimono, approach my daimyo, and on one knee ask for my sword back.
He nods and holds out the sword to you.
My thanks for keeping it safe, Lord. And I'll, put it back on my hip where it goddamn belongs. I'm getting, separation anxiety from being away from the sword for too long. Well, in that case, my lord, if it is alright with you, I think I should perhaps see one of the healers here at the temple.
What are you talking about? You landed perfectly fine. Nothing could hurt my brave and stalwart Yojimbo, especially in front of the Imperial census taker. He gives you a look like, shut up, man, don't say anything.
But here's where I'll invoke myself. You're right, my lord. Not many things could hurt me. I'll point over to the beast behind me, but that one can. And I invite any samurai here who thinks that they are man enough to try it out for themselves, my lord, with your leave.
I'll take that challenge, says Naruyuki. And Shimo just winces like, God damn it. he did not want this to happen.
My lord, with your leave, I shall depart.
Where are you going? You said you were good right now. Let's go. I heard your challenge. I'm not going to let you walk away from this. Okay, now, hold on. We don't have to... Are you telling me what to do, Kenzo-sama? When my honor is challenged? He did, but he didn't mean it that way. He was just saying, what did he mean? Shimo gives you a look like he leaves this to you because he's like, he can't cover now because there is a point of, you did make an open challenge next to a samurai.
Well, yes, so... I meant, sir, my lord would probably be more appropriate, right? I think. What I meant, my lord, is that not many things in this world could hurt me, yes, but I'll point over to the sumo guy. That man has a body quite unlike both you and me, and you, my lord, as well. And he can hurt me very deeply.
But you challenged to ask if anyone could. And I'm saying I can. I don't like your insinuation. You can try beauty because you're trying to clarify that you weren't. He's taking this personally, and you didn't mean it that way. It's like, no, I wasn't trying to challenge you, man. I was just commenting.
Yeah, I wasn't challenging him. Like I said, like not many things can hurt me. He can. He's not many things.
Yeah. Well, and the follow up was, and this actually leans into your compel, so it's good. I was gonna bring it up anyway. Was that you said if any man here could do better, let them try, and he took that as you challenging him, and it's like, no, hold on, that's not what I meant, man.
That's not what I meant. If you think you can't get hurt against that thing, you go ahead and try, but you'll get hurt.
Yeah, but beauty roll
okay.
just to avoid the duel, because he's basically gonna challenge you here if you fail this. It's not opposed. This is you clarifying your position to him.
All right. Well, my Giri does not help me with this. My Giri does not help me with a lot of things. The aspect of our clan, I don't know. I don't think so, because it's not beauty, right? It's not wisdom, so it's beauty.
I will
my
note,
name?
not that it applies here, I will note that wisdom can be used for non-wisdom rolls if it's about learning or about bettering your understanding of things. So you can use it for non-wisdom rolls. In this case, yeah, no, I don't think it applies.
Oh, well, my name also means to be clear, and to clear things up.
I would take
So-
that, yeah.
Yeah. So we're at 4 dice now. Furthermore, my reputation of a warrior poet perhaps leaves me better with words than the average Yojimbo.
It's true.
So we're at 5 dice. I'll take those odds.
You want to wager anything?
I'll wager 1. Here it is.
Uh-oh.
Wager goes bye-bye.
Then I accept your challenge, Takahashi Ryosuke. But given that we're all here at a Buddhist temple, I won't slay you for the insinuation. We can take some boken and see this done here and now.
I will like take my sword that is in my scabbard and like kneel in front of my daimyo and say, "My lord, please accept my sincerest apologies for what I'm about to do."
He looks at the sword. He does hesitate.
If you do not wish me to fight this, please give me an explicit order, and I shall withhold myself at the cost of my own honor, my lord. For you, I shall do this. What I'm saying is, for you, I shall be called a coward in Kyoto, should you so wish.
This guy. Damn it. He grabs the sword out of your hands. He just nods at you. Defend your honor, Ryosuke. But do what you must. And he nods at you. And then he waves over something.
My head's still bowed, my lord. I shall do what I must. Did I get this right? Is he challenging me to a sword duel, or are we like tussling?
A sword duel with wooden swords.
Oh, with wooden swords.
He's not trying to kill you.
Naturally.
Also, he knows your sword's very nice. He got a good look at it. Like, no, I don't want to fight you in a sword fight. That's why Kenzo was kind of like, I almost want to let you keep the sword and teach this jerk a lesson. Because I get the feeling he's taking advantage of the situation, but I can't knowingly let you kill this guy. Because if I give you this sword back, you're going to kill him. Because he won't be able to beat you. Oh, well, maybe you won't kill him if you fight with wooden swords. Hopefully he's actually good at fighting. So
Alright. I'll take one of the wooden swords and like flick it about a couple of times in the air, trying to mask my injury as much as I can by compensating with my other leg. So I'll lean on it a bit more and like keep my which leg is bruised or wounded?
We'll say your
Left or the right one? My left one. Okay, so I'll put the left one like in the back and I'll lean more forwardly on the right foot.
You re-enter the ring. Daisuke looks very irritated because he sees what Sakai's doing. He like any warrior with decent prowess might have caught that you were hurt, but maybe he didn't catch it. Daisuke knows that this isn't a fair fight for you, but he can't do anything. He's a sumo, not a samurai. He's not allowed to say stuff. So he looks angry on your behalf. I'll say that much. So it's obvious. You know he wants to jump in and help you, but he knows he can't. You are in a duel, though. You have the privilege of being first player because you are the higher prowess fighter, in my opinion. He did challenge you, but you are a high prowess person. You are a Yojimbo. You are a grand swordsman, a warrior poet, so I'll give it to you. Let's gather our dice, and you can decide whether you want to pull away my dice or not.
All right. So my Giri, yes, finally.
It would, yeah. He's playing.
Yes.
He's challenging a Yojimbo to a sword fight. It's like, that's what I'm hired to do. I'm hired to be a great sword fighter. I'm not a general, I'm a sword fighter. There's a difference.
As for our clan virtue, there perhaps is some wisdom to be drawn of here, where we should not insult the frail noblemen and their frail honors.
So you're gonna try to beat him, but not like embarrass the poor guy.
No, like I want to just like potentially like knock his sword out of his hand and like keep it at that. Nothing else.
I'll take that wisdom. Yeah, you're taking the wise course rather than the far more honorable and glorious course.
Like I could probably beat this guy to a pulp with this wooden sword, but I don't want to. I want to be as careful as I can. In that manner, my name probably does not help in this case. My aspect of warrior, or sorry, my reputation of warrior poet would probably help. So 1 for virtue, 1 for my reputation, and 1 for my aspect, meaning nothing. I think none of them apply here.
He's at 7. What are you at?
So 4 plus my Giri plus the virtue plus my honor. Look at that, I'm also at 7.
It's up to you if you want to wager.
If I don't wager, does he have to wager, or can he wager?
He responds to your wagers. He can't wait because it's a duel. He's following your lead.
I'll do 2.
Okay. You're both rolling 5 dice essentially.
Yeah.
But he has 2. Oh, we'll note that he has 2 wagers on his side as well.
Yep. He can embarrass me to hell if he wins. Shit. Can I... Lastly, can I spend an honor point?
To get 4 more dice?
Yeah. I feel like this is more important than, you know.
So you were at 11, so you went 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 7 dice you're rolling. But he's rolling 5 because you spent down. I will point out that you can theoretically zero him out. You can force him to roll 0 dice. It's just you don't get any glory for doing it because you're taking advantage of a weaker opponent.
Naturally, no, I'm not going to do that. He'll get his fighting chance.
Okay.
So I'll roll 7. A bit of a poor roll, bit of a poor showing, but not as poor as him.
You have privilege.
Well, you know, he charges at me. He's quick, surprisingly quick for a clerk. I'm guessing he's got a bit of rage pent up or something. So he swings at me a couple of times, but dodge, dodge, dodge. And on the 3rd swing, I'll hit him on the wrist, just with a quick flick on the wrist with the wooden sword, and force him to drop the thing on the ground.
I'm gonna walk this back a bit. This occurred to me. You have a tag.
Yeah.
He'll get an additional dice, yeah.
You would lose 2 dice.
I would lose 2. I would lose 5 in that case, which makes it a 17.
Yeah. I was doing the math. I was like, oh crap! I think
He wins then.
Ah, I
He wins.
didn't want the devious guy to get it. I just like, oh, he got you. Sneaky little crap.
A trait of being an honorable samurai is sometimes taking the L.
It's true. And you know what? I'll give you an honor point because yeah, the reason he got this in, frankly, is you took on the fight that was to your disadvantage. You took on a fight and were trying your best not to hurt him, and you know, there's something.
If it makes the Imperial agent feel that much better about
yeah,
himself,
really.
then I'll take a beating.
So, he comes at you, and it is obvious that he is playing to your disadvantage. He circles a lot to your left, and that forces you to turn into it. So as you're trying to be careful, you keep having to pull your strike, so you don't, because the easy strike would be like the smack him square in the skull, but if you do that, you have no control over the hit. You're just going to come down with all your might and kill him, which you're trying not to do that. So it's a lot of wincing, and he knows it. People see him do this. It's not screamingly obvious, but anyone with decent sword fighting knowledge knows what he's doing, and Daisuke catches it, and he looks angry. At which point, Daisuke breaks up the duel, charges at Noriyuki as he's about to like really as you kind of trip and fall, and he looks like he's about to clobber you, and he just sumo and just baffs him straight in the chest, and the poor guy goes tumbling away from you before he hits you. He doesn't die, but he is very badly injured and very angry, screaming that Daisuke should be punished for what he did for breaking up the duel. Daisuke looks like, if you don't do anything, he looks like he's gonna beat the ever-living tar out of this guy. He's angry, and Shimo is just shocked. He's like,
yeah,
how
I'd
did
like
this
to
happen?
I'd like to hobble over to Daisuke, and like with what little strength is left in me, I'd just like to like grab him on his shoulder and like, no, don't.
Beauty roll.
Mm-hmm.
You get one free wager out of him because Daisuke does like you.
No for Giri. Actually, Yojimbo, bodyguard. I am bodyguarding someone. Not Mandaimyo necessarily, but you know, I don't want this guy to get beaten to a pulp.
Yeah. You also think that if he puts Sakai in danger of his life, he might draw a sword and kill the poor man.
Right, so +1 from Giri. Virtue. It's not very wise to do this. Please don't do this.
Yeah, please stop attacking the Imperial officer.
Name, to help or assist.
Yep.
I am helping someone. So overall +3 for now. One of my aspects, none of us is as great as all of us.
He's not of your clan yet.
Not of my clan, okay.
It's a good call, though. If he survives this, he
and-
might join you.
And nothing else, so I'm at a +3. No wagers. Been rolling like ass. 27.
You have privilege.
Hooray.
Well, I'll grab him by the shoulder and say, not now, please. Not here, not now. And maybe he'll take this to heart, like, okay, a fit of rage went over him, but it washed over him like a wave, and now it's gone. There is a beauty and tranquility to this place, and especially inside the ring, which has been consecrated. Don't sully it. Him disrupting the duel was sullying the ritual of the sumo ritual more than enough.
You're right. Walks off and seeks the council of Hoshinrei for a while to kind of calm the hell down. Sakai's still yelling holy murder. Finally Shimo clues in and just steps forward and gives you a nod to get out of here as he keeps talking to Noriyuki to keep him occupied before he starts demanding.
Well, actually, firstly, before Shimo walks over to Noriyuki, I would like to approach him. Again, like, I'll throw the wooden sword off to my side, and I'd like to approach him, hands drawn out. My lord.
He gives you a look, Shimo stops when he sees what you're doing. He's like, I'm gonna let you handle this for now.
My lord, I will prepare the wakizashi first thing in the morning.
Shimo gives you a look. Ryuki gives you a look. Daisuke looks over and Ray just kind of, Hoshin Ray just kind of puts a hand to his shoulder and just goes, no, you can't be part of that. And he almost physically drags him. It's almost like that hand just pulls him away from this, so he knows he's saving Daisuke from getting killed right now if he does something.
But what I am offering to my daimyo is essentially tomorrow morning I'll kill myself.
Yeah, that's why Shimo's pausing. Ryuki's pausing. Beauty, because the risk here is if you succeed, you'll be able to. This Ryuki might back off and go, whoa, no, I don't want to go that far. Fail, Shimo might be in a position to have to demand it of you.
It is my duty as a bodyguard to protect him, and I've failed. So it is my duty, my giri.
Yeah.
It is also wise of our clan virtue, I suppose, to do. Well, this isn't perhaps the wisest thing to do. I'll skid off that one.
Yep.
Nothing for my name. For my aspect, none of us is as great as all of us.
Yes, because you're helping out Shimo. You're saving his honor here.
So an additional 3 dice.
Yep.
And well, if I kill myself with my sword, will that count for quality equipment? Or if he kills me with my sword?
Well, you'd be dead, and the table would get 3 honor, I think. Don't worry, there's no roll.
There's something very poetic about this. Yes, for warrior poet.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is
so
how
for
many
my-
how many great samurai are lost due to points of honor like this.
So I'll be rolling 7 dice, and I will not be wagering anything. Good.
You have privilege.
You know what? He declines, but how he declines, I'll let you handle that.
Naruki pauses for a very long time. He's shocked that you offered this, especially since he wasn't going to a lethal duel, and he really wanted to kill that guy, not you. He doesn't say anything right away. Kenzo Shimo eventually just steps forward. He looks at Ryosuke, and then he turns, almost shielding you, but not really. And he looks at Sakai and says, I believe you won, Sakai Dono. That's enough, isn't it? Yeah, of course. He bows a couple times to Kenzo, and then gives you a look, and then he straightens himself out, and he bows to you out of respect of what you were offering. And the air of you coming off as a country bumpkin, even though you're not a typically wise person, you're not the most pretty samurai out there, you're far from Kyoto, but right then and there, you kind of show that the samurai of Dewa know what honor means and what face means, and that it matters to people. And that impresses Sakai a little bit. But he's willing to let this go. He's still mad at Daisuke for some commoner some non-samurai to fight him, but he's, in honor of you, he's willing to let it go. Shimo just takes a breath and just kind of waits until Sakai's inside the temple and kind of turns to you and holds out your sword back to you.
I'll grab my sword.
Sneaky little snake.
Thank you, my lord. May I retire to the healers, my lord? I'm afraid
Please.
this ankle will not heal on its own.
And for the love of the gods, stay away from that man.
As Buddha is my witness, sire. And I'll go over to Mr. Ray. He and I have some things to discuss about what they've seen north of the temple later on, and I need him to treat my ankle as much as he can.
So, before I cycle to that, Let us look upon Masaru, as he is, as he has Kuragane Koji with him. He stops briefly at the shrine and pays his respects. And he turns to you and says, "For generations, the Kuragane kept this place safe. They kept paying for the new walls and the bell. And all of it's just left behind. All of it's forgotten. All because my brother bent the knee. I can't keep it this way. I don't know how I'm going to convince the daimyo," he winces a little bit, "the daimyo to look upon this place again. But I hope to do so."
Does Masaru's brother have any particular opinion about this place, or?
Wisdom, you tell me.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Okay, it feels like the compel of even a thief must learn his trade would come in here, because, I mean, unless the shrine is just for the nobility and for the Kuragane clan.
I would say you want the invoke. Compels me, he's telling you you can't do a thing.
Right.
Or you must do a thing. Invoke's what you're hoping to trigger, which I think invoke would trigger along that line, because this is about how he feels about this temple and its craftsmanship, like the work it would take to maintain it and craft it and so on.
Okay.
Page, sorry.
There is. Haven't tried to use this before. Would the clan name be appropriate here? The 3 wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an extra 2. Okay, so that's got me rolling at 6. Oh wait, what's my wisdom? Duh. 9. It's I have to flip sheets, so it confuses me sometimes. So yeah. So okay, I'll roll 5 and wager Foa.
Or okay.
Now. Oh. Got
You have
it.
privilege. You tell me.
What does my brother have any feeling particularly towards this shrine?
And I would say this shrine's a Shinto shrine. This is the one you guys didn't take.
Okay.
I mean, or as a freebie.
Right. So, I mean, I know the temple is like a temple with monks and priests and everything. Is this shrine kind of the same thing, or is it just like I guess, non-manned, nice space where people come and make offerings and worship the various kami?
I can either free wager that, or you can decide. Because I have an idea that won't hurt you here. You may have a particular vision in mind. This place used to be manned when the Kuraganes were doing a lot better, but it has since become an unmanned shrine. There's like probably one old monk that comes up here every so often, but really it's the old monk and Koji, we're the only ones who are really coming here to clean the place up.
Okay. So,
But this is a shrine for one of the kami of one of the mountains here in Dewa.
right. So Shimo is Shimo's definitely a synchronist, whatever it's called, syncretic belief.
Hmm.
Because Shinto, of course, is the kind of indigenous faith, with Buddhism coming later, and so a lot of the peasantry and whatnot, are still very much Shintoist in their primary beliefs, with Buddhism kind of creeping in, and our clan, with even a thief must learn his trade, or are kind of pro peasant and merchant in our way. So he's a syncretist. I mean, this used to be kind of the rival clans' responsibility, so it hasn't been a top priority, but he's not really against it, and he's certainly not against potentially rebuilding it as a full Shinto temple in the future.
Okay, that's your privilege. You have 4 wagers if you wish to expand on that or gain glory.
Okie dokie, let's see. What are you chuckling at?
Just saw the Discord.
Oh.
Discontent doesn't bring content if you know. Sashay away. Very demure.
Very mindful of me, yeah.
Okay, so he's kind of upset about. See, doesn't really care. What am I gonna do with these 4 ragers? Goodness gracious! With this Shinto shrine.
And how Shimo feels about it.
And how Shimo feels about it. Okay. Okay, so we'll do a wager where that Masaru knows that if he asked him to, his elder brother would have, would be happy to make sure that this shrine is maintained. As he'd send caretakers and whatnot up to make it happen. And then another one would be that currently, thanks to Kurgani's diligence, I mean, the shrine is in excellent repair, as is. So I will take the other 2 as a point of glory, and I will tell Kuragane, my brother, my brother does not have any animosity towards the old faith or this shrine or any of its shrines. I will ask of him that the shrine be maintained in at least this current condition, and in the future, perhaps we together can convince him to restore it to its former prosperity.
He looks around, kind of wistful, eyes of nostalgia glossing over them, as he sees the temple what it once was when he was a child, and he sees it now where it's not nearly as bad. Like, it looks better now that you pointed it out to him. He does see the signs that someone's been doing some token efforts, but there's no dedicated samurai for maintaining this place. There's no dedicated effort. because he had to pick who was siding with him, and the Shinto shrine was under the Kuragane, so he wasn't going to side with them.
Right.
But it's like this is nothing personal. I wanted to be the daimyo, and Buddha said I could be one, so I'm going to side with the guys who are going to help me.
Right.
But he nods and kind of goes to follow you.
You, as we were kind of walking and talking, you wish to undertake the supervision of this shrine yourself?
I would, actually, Kenzo Dono. It is a tradition that my brother forsook. It may not be as glamorous as the castle as I was hoping to get, but I believe the way to honor my ancestors is to honor our duty to the kami.
Can I tell if he is being sincere here or running a gambit?
No, he's sincere.
Is it a ruse? Okay.
Like it's like it's dawning on him that this was his other path to honor. Like he thought he lost the one path he had, that's why he was going on the precipice. But now that he had a chance to go back to the shrine and see it, and realizing that your daimyo is not anti-Shinto or anything, it's like, oh, so I could have just asked him to rebuild the damn thing. Oh, I feel kind of dumb. I almost let this place rust because of my stubbornness. He's kind of annoyed with himself. Not that he's saying it, but he's obviously irritated with himself.
Okay, so remind me, for Shinto priests, they're like have vows and.
Well, he wouldn't necessarily. He would become. He's not necessarily wanting to become a Shinto priest himself. He'd be the samurai responsible for his maintenance. So he'd get a territory. Like each of you, have your own special things. Like technically, the castle is your responsibility. The temple, it was probably Ryosuke's responsibility, and the rice farm is Yako's, that sort of thing. And he wouldn't become an architect like yourselves, but he wouldn't just be any old samurai. He'd be the samurai responsible for the Shinto shrine, for defending it, maintaining it, and so on, making sure it's paid for.
So,
which is better than what his brother does, because his brother's just one of many lesser samurai in your service.
Is this something I think I can make happen?
If you can convince your daimyo, he could, as a season action, he can institute the Shinto shrine, and he could assign it. Normally, he'd just assign it to one of you three. You might go, you want him to do it? Oh, fine. He can do it. As long as someone does it. Someone has to look after it. I'm not doing it. That's what you guys are for.
Okay. Kuragane-sama, I will undertake to ask my brother to place the shrine under my purview, and then I will have you act as my agent in the samurai responsible for upkeep of the shrine as a retainer, and then I will see in future about convincing the daimyo to spend resources to restore it to its former glory. At the present, I can take you into my retinue and place you in charge of the shrine on my behalf, but rebuilding it to its former statue and getting you your independent position as the shrine's caretaker will take some time. Because I know he's got like 2 actions he can do, and there are going to be a lot of different demands for what his actions are. Yeah. So, I basically, the offer is I can take it as part of my responsibility as an architect, and then I can, have you be I can, delegate that responsibility to you, and then, I vow to work to make it become a full shrine again.
He seems pleased by this. Like it's
okay.
It is a distant hope that he doesn't know for sure will work, but it's a lot better than what he had.
No, fair enough. All right, that'll work.
So do you return all the way back to the castle with him in tow?
Yeah, I mean, he's part of my. He's making him a retainer, so he's my dude now. I mean,
I will
subject
note
of
you have
course.
heard over the entire journey it took you to get to the shrine, fight the bandit, and come all the way back to the road here that crosses the river. Like there's a part that's you can ford easily and it's roaded and marked. Yeah, you haven't heard from Yamamoto this whole time.
Well, in that case, then let's take the troop and Kuragane, and let's head down the road and see if we can't find Yamamoto.
Eventually circle back, and you find Yamamoto and his crew trying to repair the bridge. It looks like they're in some major damage has happened to it. But by the time you got here, he's actually fixed it.
Right.
And he has a few people tied up in ropes sitting by the side of the road who are kind of locked up in a little tent. And he comes over. Oh, Genzo Dono. And glances at Koji. He gives him a look and doesn't address him. He just looks to you.
Yep,
This is like, nope, not touching that.
Right.
Sorry, you were saying?
I kind of gesture towards the people who are tied up. What happened here?
Those morons decided to take an over-heavy crate and didn't secure it properly. So it tipped over and smashed into the railing, and the rope swung loose and hit one of the supports under the bridge. And they were blocking the road. So I had to get all my men to pull that off. They tried to run away. We had to fight them and knock them out. We killed like 2 of them. And then we had to figure out what that was about, if it was black powder or whatever else. Get that thing off there, and he points to a timber that's been. He basically took as a flashback. They took like various axes and stuff and chopped the hell out of the wagon because he didn't give a damn.
Right.
And that bit over there, we chopped it up. We inventoried it. Then we had to fix the bridge. So yeah. So thankfully that kept me from running into the bandits because we were stuck on the bridge this whole time. But I have a mind to throw these idiots into the river and let the spirits sort them out.
Now, you should not have to worry about the bandits anymore. Kuragame-sama, and I kind of gesture politely towards Kuragane.
I'm gonna step in here. Do you mean to call him Sama? That implies he's higher than you.
Oh,
Dono
yeah,
is a more polite way to address.
Oh, Dono. Okay, yeah, that's just more of the generic.
Yeah, that's someone of equivalent or near your rank.
All right.
If you're saying Sama, that's usually someone you believe is above you in some manner.
Kuragane Dono here has seen the wisdom of allowing his people to rejoin their livelihoods in the province. In fact, I fully expect by the time you reach the near the foothills that you will find more workers ready to volunteer. So banditry should not be a concern. At least we hope not.
Wait, you're getting Yamamoto to fix it? He's a slave driver, says Koji. And Yamamoto gives him a glare like, what did you just say to me?
This was Kuragane says?
Yeah. How dare you? I said what I said. You take that back. And they're starting to bicker now. It looks like they're steps away from a sword fight.
Enough. Yamamoto is my best engineer. And under him, the road will get repaired rapidly and be open, benefiting everyone in the province. Your men don't have to work for him unless they want to.
Yamamoto gives you a look, and wisely shuts up because he knows you're his superior, and he looks obviously shocked that you offered that, but he's not going to say anything to you. Kuragane doesn't look happy. Like, he nods, like, yeah, you did say that, and I want to say more, but...
Right.
I can't, I'm not in a position to do that. They glare at each other, but with you standing there, Hanamoto, with your Ashigaru, this isn't the time to start a fight.
These newly restored men of the province have my passport to return to their homes or join your work party as they desire. If they join your work party, of course, they fall under your command, and they expect to work hard to earn a fair wage. But I felt that it was better that you had willing workers rather than impressed ones. The work gets done faster and more effectively that way. Wouldn't you agree, Yanamoto Dono?
Beauty's going to come into this as you're trying to convince Yanamoto. Because part of this, if you get this, he will want to try to drive people and get whatever people he can without draining things. But he will... You know that if you're not careful how you word this, he may go above and beyond to get the job done. Because to him, his duty is to get the road fixed. And he's going to get that done with whatever resources at hand.
Oh, that's fair.
You do get a free wager out of Koji, because Koji is... You're getting the feeling this is part of why Koji was rebelling. Guys like Yanamoto prize ambition over compassion. And Kuragane is a far more kind and practical ruler than Yanamoto would be.
Okay, so I think my Kiri actually comes in here.
Yep.
I'm going to argue that the wisdom bonus should come in because I think this is a pretty wise policy. Yay, nay?
I'm thinking. I would say this would be the virtue of beauty. Even though you're rolling beauty, you're not learning a truth or anything or exposing a known thing. People may argue, a person of wisdom may say there are more than one way to build a bridge. A person of beauty says, yes, but the people are what are necessary.
Okay.
A harmonious world is a good world. A wise ruler doesn't care as much about that.
Okay, then I will pitch even a thief must learn his trade.
Yes. Because there's ways you can build a bridge.
Right.
Or repair a road, either way.
And so right now I'm at 4. Oof. I don't think anything else is going to slide in. So I'm just going to roll 4. I don't think I'm going to wager because the way I've been rolling today, 4 might or might not do it. Hooray!
You have privilege.
All right. Then this was to try and smoothly convince Yanamoto that this is really the best way to go about this and the most efficient way.
Yeah, like you're trying to keep him from doing what he would normally do. As Kuragane is exposed that he would... There's a way Yanamoto does things that he doesn't agree with.
Right, okay. So, yes, I'm successful in convincing him not to use Shanghai and impressment to get his workforce, but instead, to use the inducements of, good pay and food and the benefits the road will bring. So he sees the wisdom of this.
He bows to you. As you say, Enzo Dono. I shall get my... And what of these idiots? Do we give them a chance to work as well, or send them on their way?
What was their explanation and what was in their crate?
Fish. They wanted to get ahead of everyone else to start selling. Apparently, anyway, San decided to. Anyway, we didn't use the honorific, he's a commoner.
Right.
Anyway, convinced these idiots to take all the fish they could and get ahead of all the merchants to start selling in the Ichigo province. However, they don't know how to manage a cart, so they overloaded it. And then badly loaded it, which endangered the bridge, which I could not think of anyone being dumb enough to do that with fish barrels, but they managed.
And what of the fish itself? Did they survive this encounter?
Mostly. Some of it went into the river, but we were able to gather a lot of it.
Well then, and I'll look over to the tied up guys. I think the appropriate thing here is for you to go back to your daily business. Yamamoto, Dono, you will confiscate all the remaining fish from these people's wagons as fair recompense for the trouble and cost of repairs, and also to bulk up your own supplies of food for your workers and your men during your ongoing road repairs. It should also see you well for any who should choose to join you as part of your work crew. How many of these bad wagon drivers are there?
3 that survived.
All right. You 3 can go back and tell Inoue?
Yeah.
Inoue can tell Inoue that in this case his haste has made waste, and better to wait until the road is safely repaired to make his trade, but that Kenzo Masaru thanks him for his assistance in repairing the bridge that his actions have damaged, and for supporting the effort to repair the road. Cut them loose.
As you say, Kenzo Dono, and he gestures to his men to cut them loose, and the people look surprised because they thought they were dead.
Right.
They thought they were they'd either be worked to death or be killed on the spot, especially when you arrived. But you've acted much into a virtue of your clan.
Right, because I figured you'd compel me with the kindness to peasantry and and compassion and goodwill.
Hey, if you want to lose the 3 honor, you could totally have killed them, but you know.
I will also toss them some coins and say, gather your fallen fellows and see that they are receive the proper burial services. Perhaps they will have better luck in the next life.
They grab at the coins and bow profusely and deeply as they snap out of it and realize they're not going to die. And hey, they're being offered to bury their friends, not at their expense.
Right.
They definitely like you more than they like Yamamoto, because you have learned very quickly Yamamoto does not share that particular aspect of the clan.
Well, you work with what you got. Well, that way, burying their friends' deads will keep them from being haunted by the hungry ghosts. Also, keep us from being haunted by the hungry ghosts. So, always a good plan. Don't want to mess with yokai. Winchester's not around. Who knows when they might show up?
With that, you're able
to... Right. Return. Start heading back to the castle, and I will pull Kuragane aside on the way and go, you are a member of my house and my retinue now. In future, if you have something to say in such situations, perhaps address me about it before address your concerns to me directly rather than to speak out in such a manner to others in my service. Kind of politely telling him, you have a place. It's important that you know to stay in it.
He nods, and there's an obvious air about him that he realizes that he's used to being his own samurai and calling
Right.
people out, and he's like, "You're right. I shouldn't have done that. If he had honor, he would have lost 3 of it." He's like, "Nope, that's right. I acted the way a samurai isn't supposed to. I should have taken you aside, not called him out right there."
Yep.
So yeah, there's no role there. He obviously
Right.
realizes he screwed up. And also I'll say that there's an obvious tension between Yamamoto and Kuragane. You get the feeling those two are gonna be at each other's horns for a while.
That's fair. But having said that, there are things you will know about the people and our province that I will not, much as I try to stay informed and not locked up in the apartments in the castle. When there's things you think I should know, or that should be passed up to the Diamo, I do wish you to tell me about them. It is important that our province be prosperous and our people healthy, and that we work together to accomplish those ends and to raise the province to greater prominence and wealth and power. It's best done by all of us working together, from the castle to the rice field.
These thoughts and more you share with him on the road back
Yes.
to the castle of Iron and Jade. Pardon me.
You okay?
And yeah, just hot throat. Yeiko,
Mm-hmm.
you have finished your business with Lao Guanyu, and you now have your new concerns of the discontent in the province. How do you intend to look into this matter?
So firstly, I will review the reports that have been sent to me recently about it, to discover the region that most of these complaints are arising from.
This feels like a wisdom roll to me.
Okay. Very well. Clan Virtue. I will also go with my Giri.
Yep.
And lastly, I'll go with aspect 2, if my dog knew my plans.
Yep.
3, so that gives me 5. Does my shrewd reputation come into this?
It would.
6 bonus dice plus my attribute, which is 3, so that gives me 9 dice. I'll wager 4 of those and roll 5.
Okay. You have privilege.
Cool. So I will say, firstly, that the region of the complaints are coming from the rice farms to the southeast, I think that would be.
Okay, yeah.
Due to among other things,
Oops, that was
it
just your
hasn't-
privilege.
yeah, it hasn't been a. And I'll say that in addition to that, people are like spending one of my wagers. People are inflaming the complaints that are normal to the end of winter and early spring. So, it's normal for rations to be a little bit lighter this time of year. But somebody is purposefully trying to inflame that complaint, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Item number 2. Some of the complaints were around the banditry in the region, and were like complaining about the activity of Koji's group, and that was one of the sources of complaint, I'll say. Item number 3. I think actually on the remaining 2, I'll convert those to glory.
Okay.
To a point of glory. Alright. And for this one, I think I'll actually go investigate personally with one or two of the family retainers to act as a bodyguard, even if they're not like officially a Yojimbo.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It
So
does.
that gives me 5 glory. Save.
You cross the path of Kenzo Masaru on his way back from this campaign, because it was a lot of time interviewing people, translating things, looking over the papers and stuff.
I will greet him.
Yekotono. I bow.
Fergana
I
follows
will
your lead and bows at her.
I will bow in response, and I will say, I see Koji Dono has made the trip safely.
Indeed. I believe at least our problems with the major bandit forces in the region are resolved.
That is welcome news.
And what news have you here? How are our visitors from afar?
Mostly they were merchants, and interestingly, a sailor with ambitions of translation.
It seems the house may have gained 2 new retainers today.
And there are other matters that we must discuss at a later time. And I will make a meaningful glance around our surroundings, kind of making it obvious that I don't want to speak publicly about it.
Of course. I will be at your service.
Why not? I'm traveling to the farms to investigate the status of our people there. Perhaps another time.
Do you wish an escort?
That would be most welcome.
So I will get an officer to get to. Grigani, do you want to travel with us, or do you want to get settled here?
The sooner we get this into ink, the better I'll feel. With all
Fair
respect,
enough.
Kenzo Dono. Besides, I
So,
don't want my brother to maneuver. Not that I think he's terribly great at it, but I'd rather not give him the opening if I don't have to.
Fair enough. Yeko Dono, if you could give me time to get Yorigani here settled and quartered, I will be happy to join you myself.
Of course.
So yes, I will settle about doing that and writing up a report for my brother. Get Kuragani some quarters in my section and show him to the baths. I'm sure he needs one of those.
Desperately.
Yes.
He would have loved to use the
And-
mountain springs, but he was in the wrong part of the mountains for that, because why
Yep,
go where
yep.
everyone else goes?
Right, fair enough.
Also, it's really flipping cold this time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once he is settled and once I've discovered that my brother's not here, and I'll tell him, when the Damia returns, I've written him the full report, and we'll get the last of the ink dried when I return and he returns,
Right,
if that
yeah.
suits him. Okay.
That's fine by him.
Okay, and then I will join Yeko on the way. I'll kind of. Do you think we're going to need should I bring my men, or are we running into that kind of situation potentially, or?
I'm not yet sure. I think a more subtle approach is warranted, however.
No. Right. Well then, I will accompany you.
And off the two of you go to the rice farming village.
Yes.
And we sweep over to the Buddhist temple, where after a couple of days of rest and medical administration, Yosuke, you lose the injury, because it's only a level 2 injury, so it takes 1 day per level of it. So 2 days for the sprained ankle to heal.
Oh, good. In the meantime, while I'm healing, I would like to perhaps speak with the chief monk, if he could stop over by my quarters where I'm being quartered.
Mhm.
I'll welcome him. We can sit down around one of those small desks, and I'll be in my white kimono, with a splint on my ankle.
Yeah.
Offer him some tea. Rei-sama, please. My daimyo has been telling me some pretty concerning news regarding sightings to the north of here. Would you mind explaining what the situation is about?
I would say this is wisdom. You get a free wager. I'll give you 2 free wagers, because this is Hoshin Rei. This is his mountain. These are his monks. So he knows a lot, but you need to discern the truth of the matter for yourself.
Oh, weakness roll. Here we go. Well, I get +1 because it's our clan's thingy.
It's true.
So let's go in order. Magiri. If I know what is in the north, perhaps I can protect my daimyo better, right?
Yep. That's part of why he brought himself here. He knew that would push you to try harder.
Okay, so 1 from Magiri. From our virtue, I suppose. Well, it is wisdom, yes. So I already got the 1 from that.
Right, yep.
Is my samurai's personal name helpful here? To help or assist? Or to be clear?
I'd say so.
Okay, so that's another 1. The Kenzo clan name of the 3 wisdoms?
Yeah.
Another 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An aspect of none of us is great as all of us.
You are assisting your daimyo, who this. Yep. Because he would like to look into it. He can't. He's too busy keeping the census guy busy.
So that's another 3. And a warrior poet reputation? Probably not. Not here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And I'll give you 1 bonus die because the monk could give you some of the reports. He would have had that written in. Buddhist monks tend to be very good at reporting things.
So 9. I'll take 4 into a wager.
Good.
Okay.
You have privilege.
Okay, well, first the question. What the hell is actually being seen up there in the north?
Indeed. What is being seen?
Right. Well, from a distance, it looks like probably, it is, if I recall correctly, it was something that was seen during the night. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
I'm looking at the status handout.
Mm-hmm.
I have it written down as strange things in the north.
Strange
Could be at night, though.
things in the north. Okay, could be during the day as well.
True.
So, reports are coming around of like various things being seen out in the distance of various sort of colors. But not sure what. But the mountain is so high and so far away from what's going on that you can't actually properly see. However, my guess is that reading from these reports, it's not actually anything supernatural, but it's a host. A military host flying
Ooh.
banners.
Okay.
Waiting for the passages south to clear up before they can march into here.
That's a wager.
I'll take a glory.
Okay.
Just write that down.
I have 1 wager left.
This army, by the looks of things, or well, by these reports, because they don't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be moving. All these effects are going around at the same place at the same time almost every day, is sending out an SOS signal to whoever can see them. They're clearly maybe in a bad state.
I would to stay within the truths of what's happened so far. It may be more true to say they look like they're in distress because there's no real way to indicate there's no SOS equivalent in medieval samurai period, but they might look distressed. It's like it's an army, it's a host, but they don't look like they're massing for something. They are massing for something, but it looks like they're in trouble. They don't look like an army in full power. Like something's wrong, which they don't know because they're monks and they're not going to go walking off to some army in the middle of winter and go, "Hi, friends!" Like, no. We'll tell the head monk about this. And Hoshin, like, I'm not sending my monks to die and find out.
Yeah, exactly. So the army is potentially in distress.
Yeah, and I'll add into this truth that this is something Ryosuke's figured out. Like Hoshin Ray has told you stuff. Like he sees this, he sees that, but you've clued in. Like, oh wait a minute, this sounds like an army. Oh, that sounds like an army that's in trouble.
Yeah, you're not seeing funny colors flying around the sky. Those are banners, you fool.
And Hoshin just kind of nod.
And that was to the north, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a lot more mountain. If we keep going north, it turns into very dense mountain because that very tip is very mountainous. That's why we don't keep going, because there's nothing up there for you to take. There's no real province that way. Technically, both you and the Matsu province kind of go up all the way up that way, but there's not a whole lot. On the Mutsu side, there's like a port, maybe, but on your side, it's a lot of it's just more mountain.
Yeah.
Well, if it's an army, strange. I can't imagine who that would be. I mean, perhaps it's a host of the Anu?
I don't think the natives of Hokkaido have ever hosted such a well, according to these descriptions, such a vast army.
They're so splintered, I can imagine. And especially with the responsible daimyo up there not saying it.
I'll look over towards the west. Something else scratches my head at this moment. Our grand neighbors from the west might be attempting to sneak by us again. They tried once when their horses boarded their wooden vessels and the divine wind shot them down, but this time it appears they found a way.
Mongolians.
Or the Chinese.
Strange. Well,
I must report this to my daimyo. Would you be so kind? I'm asking him nicely, can you please go?
I can let him know to see you. I'm trying to think. Yes, I can distract Sakai-sama with a tour of the temple.
The imperial dignitary should not know about this yet. I leave it up to my daimyo to inform him whether or not he wishes to do so.
Gosh darn it.
I would be in your favor.
Set timer 5 minutes.
Oh, timer 5 minutes? Oh, okay.
I have a new.
Okay, yes. I would be in your favor if you would distract the imperial dignitary for the time being.
He nods and goes to fetch Kento Shimo. Eventually comes back to you.
I stand up, all wounded, and again, sword on the ground with the tip and on one knee, my lord.
Get back on your bed. Get back on your bed.
Thank you, my lord.
He takes a seat.
I have had the honor of speaking with the head monk, and he has shown me some reports. Perhaps it is best that you take a look at them first and see for yourself before I lay out my findings. And I'll set the papers in front of him.
Okay. All right. So these might be Mongolians or Chinese.
Yes, I
What a weird
believe there may
smell.
be. I believe there may be an army on our doorstep, sire.
Why so far north? Why go all this way?
May I propose a bold theory, sire? Because nobody expects it.
I guess.
It is an ambitious plan, one of which I could attribute to many warlords such as yourself, even, my lord.
There's ambition, and then there's this. Well, it's no wonder they got caught up in there. They got up there in the middle of winter. They must have been starving up there this whole time. Fishing maybe, but even then, that's terrible fishing.
If
come down.
they are Chinese, my lord, then the ships we found off our coast, which Our Lady Yeiko has been dealing with, are perhaps not a coincidence after all.
All right. But we don't have the forces to fight them now. We need to get Masaru. Get him. Also, we need to get rid of Sakai.
I understand, my lord.
Hmm.
I understand, my lord. Perhaps the roads are fixed well enough so that the imperial dignitary may be on his way?
I certainly hope so. Masaru is efficient, so I think he'll get it done. Just hope he's not too far out of the way. Once you're all healed up, once you're all healed up, we'll get you back down to the castle. Get them down to the castle. I'll send word to them. Unless you have it fixed in your mind, you're going to go up there yourself and clear them out by your blade alone.
I was hoping an alternate approach, my lord.
Hmm.
This is going to sound very bold, and please forgive me for saying this, and I'll hang my head in shame. May I have your horse, my lord?
For what purpose?
I wish to see this army for myself.
Beauty roll. He does not want you to do that terribly. He's like he kind of joked about this. That was him playing into the bad aspect of, I'll make a joke. This couldn't possibly make things worse. That's a good idea, sir. Why did I open my mouth?
I don't wish to fight them. I merely wish to scout them. Well, my Giri does not help me with this because I'm not protecting him with this.
Yeah.
It is wise to know about our enemies.
It's
If
true.
there truly are enemies. 1 dice from that. My name is to clear or to help and assist.
Yep.
So another 1 from that. Don't think our clan name would help us with this one. None of us is as great as all of us.
You are helping him out. Yeah. He's getting
Okay, so
information
that's,
that normally would be Yeiko's business, but you're actually the other way to put it. Yeiko's in the middle of something. You're helping her out with this, so you're gonna get information. Unless she uses her Giri power and Yeiko already knows about this.
Yeah, actually. And last but not
Well,
least,
I'd probably be finding out about it as you're finding out about it.
Well, what I mean is your power lets you listen into conversations even if you're not there. So you might know about the conversation. Like when I swing back to you, you know about this exchange between Ryusuke and Shimo.
Yeah.
Oh god, the word was dice or die.
We managed to avoid it this far.
No, it was just me because it's you. I was like, oh no, you're going into a roll. No.
And bonus dice for invoking Gloria, which I'm afraid not here.
Yeah.
My warrior poet does not help me here. Alright, so 1 from Yuri, 1 from Virtue, 1 from my name, and 3 for my aspect, so +6. That's a 9 overall. I'm betting 2.
Okay.
Here's the bet. $22.
Yeah, privilege.
He will grant me begrudgingly the request.
Okay.
Although he will not give me his horse, he will tell me you're a strong man, walk.
Yeah. He likes his horse.
You just got that ankle healed, you better freaking use it, you know?
Yeah.
And I expect to see you back in the castle within a week.
Mm-hmm.
To which I will answer, of course, my lord. You shall have me back within a week with a full report. And for this, I would like to create, well, 2 more thingies. One, that the path north from the Buddhist shrine is surprisingly easy to navigate. And,
I have to walk you back. This is about convincing him.
Oh, this is about convincing me. Him. Okay.
Actually, I'll take it. Actually, I'll take it because I just realized the persuasion there would be there's a path up that way. So that's so it won't be that bad.
There's a path up that way. It won't be that bad. And secondly, if, well, should I perish or be captured, do not seek me out. If I do not return within a fortnight, consider me past.
Okay. A begrudging agreement there, I imagine.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's ambitious, so this is working out for him. But he's kind-hearted, so he's like, he's not kind. He's ambitious, not kind. So it's like, yeah, I'm not thrilled about my Yojimbo possibly dying, but your death is also information.
He wants to know more about the army, right? So,
okay.
I'll walk. As soon as I'm healed, I'll get my pack, my sword, and get a couple of rations from the temple and walk.
Good.
Actually, light sprint, actually.
With that, Kenzo will leave you to your mission as he returns back to the castle with Daisuke and Sakai. You start heading off north. Ocean Ray prays for you and your success and for the well-being and harmony of Dewa. Yeiko and Kenzo Masaru are heading with heading toward the rice farm.
Yes.
Yiko, it's up to you which of the conversations you want to been privy to that you weren't there for. But otherwise, you are heading to the rice farm.
I would say I was made aware of the force to the north and that conversation.
Oh, okay, so do you say anything to Masaru as you start traversing south?
I will. I will ask to speak with him privately before we depart and bring him in the loop on both the potential for spies on the ship and the force to the north. So that's my plan, anyways.
So what do you know about the force to the north?
I know that there is a army to the north that appears to be in distress, and I know that Ryosuke has deemed it appropriate to go investigate personally.
By the way, 1 hour for that, Ryosuke.
One, sorry, what? Oh, 1 honor. Okay.
Yep, that was a very noble thing you offered to do. You didn't have to, and you did anyway.
What's going on at the rice farm, the main rice village?
Investigating discontent rumors. And I know that they are hoping to catch you on the road so that they can go meet this force with urgency.
Well, they meaning the daimyo and his retinue.
Yes.
Now then, I'm afraid in such a case I cannot escort you if my brother has need of me as his hatamoto.
Of course. Such is your duty. As it was mine to let you know of the situation.
I dislike sending you into such an unknown situation without protection.
I am not
that you're
without
incapable of taking care of yourself.
I'm not without my own abilities, but perhaps you could spare a man or two to assist.
Yes, I can do that. So I will send a couple of my Ashigaru with her.
Okay.
And then I will head back at speed to the castle.
Yiko, you're continuing your journey down to the rice farm?
Yes.
Right.
Because I think it may be connected, and if it is, we need to know.
So, some things have been done, and more of your spring mission lays ahead of you. A tragedy has been prevented in the snowy south. Compassion was shown to the people, even when they crossed the line that most samurai would not allow. The Yojimbo, despite all his prowess, did not force his power upon those who do not master the sword as well as he, and he suffered for it. Yet he suffered not a loss of honor, perhaps a loss of face, but the clan is one that is far more concerned with wisdom than prowess. And in pursuit of that, the look into the northern force will be of great import. Knowing of the Chinese delegation, such as it is, and its involvement, will require much investigating, both by the brave warrior poet and by the multi-layered one, what she learned well. But all that said, esteemed guests, beloved patrons, and wandering tourists all, it seems we've reached the end of our story for tonight. Just as the sun sets and the snow falls, so too must every tale find its pause. even if the journey isn't quite finished. But fear not. The path ahead is still long, and our samurai heroes have much more to face, whether it be steel, frost, or fate itself. I hope you've enjoyed this small slice of our tale, and that you'll return once more to see what becomes of these brave souls in the frozen north. Will their blades cut through destiny, or will they be buried beneath the weight of duty? Only time will tell. But for now, let us rest, just as every samurai must at the end of a long day. Till we meet again, may your heart be warm, your spirit strong, and your tea hot. Thank you for joining me, and remember, no story is truly over till it is forgotten. So let's keep these tales alive together. Good night, and see you next time. And I invite, if Takahashi Ryusuke wants, you can read your poem from the winter past.
Oh, of course. So first, a haiku. In the stillness here, I see the lonely water. Time shall eat it too. I see the lonely creek that runs outside our castle. It is the only one that resists the snow around it. Deer oft approach it and sip from its bounty, and the women wash their clothes in it. The air blows white flakes, and I think to myself, truly, this too shall not last. And it saddens me, for in these moments of peace I feel calm, because as time goes, it shall chase away the flakes, and I too shall spend the rest of my life chasing them.
Takahashi Ryusuke in the winter of the 11th year of the Iroku era. Goodbye. I nearly killed the Yojimbo.
Yeah, I nearly killed myself by offering you the suicide, so